Welcome, weary travelers of the four nations, to the chronicles that time forgot, the whispered legends, the buried secrets, the stories that slip through history's fingers like morning mist through mountain passes. Tonight we journey not through the tales that scholars preserved in ancient texts, but through the forgotten memories that linger only in dreams and half-remembered songs. These are the mysteries that even the avatars could not fully grasp. The knowledge that vanished with civilizations lost to wind and wave and flame. So settle into comfort, let your breathing slow, and allow your mind to drift through these ancient shadows, where forgotten wisdom waits in patient silence. Before the four nations carved their boundaries across the world, before the great cities rose from earth and ice and flame, there existed a time when humanity lived not as masters of elements, but as humble guests upon the shells of creatures so ancient that their very existence seemed to bridge the gap between legend and reality. These were the lion turtles, beings whose lifespans measured not in years but in geological epochs, whose shells had grown into landscapes so vast that entire civilizations could flourish upon their backs without ever glimpsing the edges of their mobile worlds. Each lion turtle carried upon its shell a city unlike any that would ever be built again. Architecture that grew rather than being constructed, buildings that seemed to breathe with the rhythm of their living foundation, while streets curved and flowed like organic vessels through a titan's body. The people who called these cities home lived in harmony, not just with each other, but with the very creature whose generosity provided their entire world, understanding that they were passengers on a journey whose destination and purpose remained mysteries that only their host fully comprehended. The elements that would later define the four nations existed in these ancient times not as birthright or permanent ability, but as temporary gifts bestowed by the lion turtles upon those humans brave enough or desperate enough to venture beyond the safety of the shell cities. Fire came to those who needed to hunt in the dangerous wilds where spirits roamed freely, the flames dancing across their skin like living things before returning to their source when the hunt was complete. Water flowed through chosen individuals when drought threatened the city's carefully tended gardens, while earth responded to human will only when construction or defense required strength beyond what mortal hands could provide alone. Air was perhaps the most precious gift of all, granted to scouts and messengers who needed to leap between the shells of different lion turtles or navigate the towering forests that grew in the spaces between the great creatures' wandering paths. Those who received this blessing learned to dance with winds that could carry them impossible distances, their bodies becoming light as the breezes that supported them, while their spirits soared with freedom that no earthbound being could truly understand or appreciate fully. But these temporary abilities came with responsibilities that went beyond simple gratitude to their bestowers. For the lion turtles understood truths about the elements that human consciousness could barely grasp, even with divine assistance. Fire was not merely heat and light, but the spark of life itself, the energy that animated consciousness and drove the eternal cycle of growth and decay that governed all existence. Water represented not just the liquid that sustained physical life, but the flow of time and change, the medium through which all transformation occurred, whether welcome or feared by those who experienced its effects. Earth embodied more than solid matter and stable foundation, containing within its apparent stillness the patient strength that could endure any assault while providing the platform upon which all other phenomena could manifest and develop according to their essential natures. Air carried within its invisible currents not just breath and movement, but the space between things, the emptiness that allowed form to exist and meaning to emerge from the relationship between presence and absence, sound and silence, motion and rest. The spirits who inhabited the world during these ancient times were not the distant, mysterious entities that later generations would know through legend and cautious ritual, but active participants in daily life whose presence was as natural and expected as sunrise or the changing of seasons. Dragons soared through skies unmarked by territorial boundaries, their flames serving not as weapons of destruction but as teachers of the deeper mysteries hidden within fire's dancing essence. These ancient dragons understood that flame could heal as easily as harm, could illuminate truth as readily as consume lies, could transform base matter into something precious, or reduce the most elaborate construction to its fundamental components. The original sky bison moved through the air with grace that made human attempts at flight seem crude and awkward by comparison, their massive bodies defying conventional understanding of how such size could achieve such effortless mobility. They carried upon their backs not just the physical weight of their human companions, but the responsibility of teaching airfunding principles that went far beyond simple technique to encompass philosophy and spiritual understanding that would shape an entire civilization's approach to conflict, harmony, and the proper relationship between individual will and natural law. Deep beneath the earth, the badger moles tunneled through stone and soil with such perfect efficiency that their passages became works of art that human eyes would never see, each tunnel precisely placed to strengthen rather than weaken the foundations that supported surface life. Their blindness was not limitation, but liberation from the distractions of appearance that prevented other creatures from perceiving the true structure of reality. The network of connections and influences that linked every element of existence into a single, vast, living system. The moon itself served as teacher to those who sought to understand water's deeper mysteries, its pull, creating tides that demonstrated how distant forces could influence immediate reality through subtle but irresistible power that worked not through violent imposition, but through patient, rhythmic pressure applied consistently over time until even the most stubborn resistance was worn away by gentle persistence that never faltered or grew tired. In this ancient world, the boundary between physical and spiritual realms was not the nearly impermeable barrier that later ages would know, but rather a permeable membrane that consciousness could cross with relative ease when properly prepared and motivated by genuine need, rather than mere curiosity or desire for power. Humans who learned to quiet their minds and open their hearts could slip between worlds as naturally as walking from one room to another, finding in the spirit realm guidance and wisdom that their physical existence could not provide. It was in this context of fluid boundaries and natural cooperation between species that the first Avatar came to be, though his path to that destiny was neither smooth nor predictable, according to the patterns that later incarnations would establish as traditional approaches to cosmic responsibility. One began not as chosen hero or spiritual prodigy, but as outcast and exile, someone whose compassion for others had led him to challenge social hierarchies that his fellow humans considered natural and unchangeable expressions of divine order. His theft of food intended for the wealthy, his distribution of resources to families who had been denied access to their lion turtle's abundance through political rather than natural scarcity, marked him as troublemaker, whose presence threatened the stability that city leadership valued above justice or mercy. The exile that followed was intended as punishment that would likely result in death, sending him into wilderlands where spirits roamed freely, and humans survived only through luck and the temporary elemental abilities that their lion turtle patron might grant to ease their journey to some other sanctuary. But one's encounter with the spirits revealed possibilities that neither he nor his human judges had imagined. for his genuine desire to understand and help others resonated with entities whose perspective transcended the immediate concerns and territorial disputes that dominated mortal political thinking. The spirits who chose to aid him did so not because he possessed superior power or authority, but because his actions demonstrated the kind of character that could be trusted with abilities that lesser individuals might use for selfish purposes or destructive ends. The gradual transformation that allowed one to retain elemental abilities permanently rather than returning them after each use represented unprecedented evolution in human spiritual development, creating possibilities that would reshape not just his individual existence, but the entire relationship between mortality and cosmic responsibility. His journey through the spirit world, guided by Rava's wisdom and powered by growing understanding of how different elements could work together rather than competing for dominance, prepared him for roles and challenges that no previous human had ever faced. The first harmonic convergence that one experienced was both triumph and tragedy. His success in preventing Vatu's escape from the spirit world, coming at the cost of permanent separation between realms that had previously existed in natural harmony. The decision to close the spirit portals was made from necessity rather than preference, recognizing that human development had reached a point where unrestricted access between worlds created more problems than benefits for both sides of the cosmic equation. One's transformation into the first avatar established patterns and precedents that would influence every subsequent incarnation. His experiences creating the template through which cosmic consciousness would manifest in human form across millennia of challenges and changes that would test every aspect of the spiritual principles he had learned through suffering and sacrifice. The bridge between worlds that he became was built from his individual character and choices, creating foundation that would support the weight of cosmic responsibility, while remaining connected to the human experience that made such responsibility meaningful rather than abstract. The lion turtle cities that had sheltered humanity during this ancient age began their gradual dispersal as human populations grew and developed the permanent elemental abilities that made independent survival possible in regions that had previously been too dangerous for sustained settlement. Some turtles continued their wandering across oceans that covered much more of the world than they would in later eras, their cities becoming legends that sailors would claim to glimpse on distant horizons during storms or unusual tidal conditions. Others found places where the harmony between their ancient wisdom and the changing world allowed them to remain stationary for extended periods, becoming islands or peninsulas whose true nature was forgotten as generations passed, and their turtle origins became myths that few people took seriously enough to investigate thoroughly. The knowledge they carried about the world's early development, the true history of human spiritual evolution, and the proper relationship between elemental abilities and moral responsibility gradually faded from active memory as their former passengers established new civilizations based on different principles and priorities. The techniques that humans had learned from direct contact with the original elemental teachers, dragons, sky bison, badger moles, and moon spirit, were passed down through families and communities that preserved not just the physical movements, but the spiritual understanding that made such techniques effective expressions of natural harmony rather than mere manipulation of external forces for personal advantage. But with each generation, some subtlety was lost, some depth of understanding diminished until what remained was powerful but incomplete compared to what had been possible when the barriers between human and elemental consciousness were thinner and more easily crossed. The gradual establishment of permanent human settlements in regions that had previously been wilderness created new challenges and opportunities that the lion turtle cities had never needed to address requiring innovations in agriculture, governance, defense, and social organization that drew upon elemental abilities in ways that their original teachers had never intended or imagined. Fire became tool for metalworking and cooking, water for irrigation and transportation, earth for construction and mining, air for sailing and milling grain, applications that were practical and beneficial, but removed from the spiritual context that had originally given these abilities their deeper meaning and proper limitations. As the first avatar aged and began to understand that his unique role would need to continue through subsequent incarnations, the spiritual preparation required for such transition demanded wisdom that went beyond anything his individual experience had provided, requiring consultation with cosmic forces that operated according to principles no single human consciousness could fully comprehend. The cycle of death and rebirth that would carry avatar consciousness through countless lifetimes was established through processes that were both natural and miraculous. Ordinary biological functions elevated to serve purposes that transcended normal understanding of how individual identity could persist across multiple physical forms. The world that one left behind when his first incarnation ended was fundamentally different from the one he had been born into. Human civilization having evolved from guest status on lion turtle shells to independent societies capable of thriving in environments that their ancestors could never have survived without constant spiritual assistance. The elements that had once been temporary gifts became permanent inheritances that shaped not just individual capabilities, but entire cultural identities based on mastery of specific forces and the philosophical approaches that such mastery required for effective and ethical application. But the price of this progress was the loss of intimate connection between human and spirit worlds that had made the ancient age so rich with possibilities that later generations could barely imagine, much less recreate through their own efforts and understanding. The myths and legends that preserved fragments of this lost golden age spoke of powers and relationships that seemed too extraordinary to be literally true, though they contained within their fantastic elements memories of genuine capabilities that human spiritual development had once made possible, but could no longer access through available methods and knowledge. The lion turtles themselves retreated gradually from human contact as their former passengers developed the independence and capabilities that made their protection and guidance less necessary for basic survival, though some maintained occasional contact with individuals whose spiritual development and moral character qualified them for receiving wisdom that most humans were no longer prepared to understand or apply responsibly. These encounters became increasingly rare as the world grew more complex, and human attention became focused on immediate, practical concerns, rather than the deeper questions about existence and purpose that had once seemed natural and essential to explore. The age of the lion turtle cities had ended, but its influence would echo through every subsequent era of human development, creating the foundation upon which all later civilizations would build their understanding of elemental mastery, spiritual responsibility, and the proper relationship between individual power and collective welfare that would be tested and refined through countless generations of triumph and failure, wisdom and folly, progress and decline across the vast sweep of history that would follow. Between the first avatar's death and the well-documented lives of those avatars whose names echo through recorded history, there stretches a vast expanse of forgotten centuries populated by incarnations whose stories were lost to war, natural disaster, political upheaval, and the simple passage of time that erodes even the most carefully preserved records, until only fragments remain to hint at lives that once shaped the world's destiny through decisions and sacrifices that their successors could never fully understand or appreciate. These forgotten avatars walk through ages when the world was still finding its shape after the great dispersal from the lion turtle cities, when the boundaries between what would become the four nations were fluid suggestions rather than established facts, when entire civilizations could rise and fall in the span of a single avatar's lifetime, without leaving sufficient trace for future archaeologists to reconstruct their contributions to human development or the reasons for their ultimate disappearance from the stage of history. The second avatar, whose name was lost when the volcanic ash that buried their final resting place also consumed the libraries that had preserved their biography, lived during an era when humanity was still learning how permanent elemental abilities could be integrated into sustainable societies. The conflicts of this period were not the organized wars between established nations that later generations would recognize, but chaotic struggles between nomadic groups whose territorial claims shifted with seasonal migrations and resource availability, creating circumstances that required constant diplomatic intervention and spiritual guidance that tested every aspect of avatar wisdom and power. This unnamed second avatar developed techniques for conflict resolution that would influence every subsequent incarnation, though the specific methods were lost along with the cultural context that had made them effective during their particular era. The stories that survived spoke of an avatar who could calm entire armies through demonstrations of elemental harmony so beautiful and profound that witnessing soldiers would lay down their weapons in recognition that such artistry made violence seem crude and meaningless by comparison, their disputes forgotten in the face of cosmic forces, expressed through human consciousness, dedicated to peace rather than conquest. The third avatar lived during what scholars would later call the Great Silence, a period when written records became scarce due to widespread adoption of oral traditions that were subsequently lost when plague decimated the populations that had maintained them. This avatar's greatest challenge was not preventing war or resolving territorial disputes, but maintaining the spiritual practices necessary for accessing the avatar state during an age when formal religious institutions had not yet developed and individual communities followed widely divergent approaches to understanding their relationship with cosmic forces and elemental spirits. The innovations that this third avatar introduced to spiritual practice were preserved only in architectural remains, scattered across continents, temple complexes whose design principles encoded meditation techniques and philosophical concepts in stone arrangements that continued to influence human consciousness through their geometric relationships and astronomical alignments long after the knowledge that had created them was forgotten by the civilizations that inherited these mysterious structures without understanding their original purpose or significance. The fourth avatar emerged during the first recorded instance of what would later be recognized as a spiritual epidemic, a psychological contagion that spread through human populations like disease but affected consciousness rather than physical health, creating widespread inability to access the inner stillness required for spiritual development or the emotional balance necessary for healthy community relationships. The symptoms included chronic anxiety about cosmic forces beyond human control, obsessive focus on accumulating resources against imagined future scarcity, and profound loneliness, despite living in closely connected social groups. This avatar's response to the spiritual crisis involved techniques that would be partially rediscovered by later incarnations, but never fully reconstructed in their original form. Methods for healing psychological wounds that affected entire populations simultaneously, rather than requiring individual treatment that could address symptoms but not underlying causes. The success of these interventions was so complete that within a generation the crisis had been forgotten along with the solutions that had resolved it, leaving later civilizations vulnerable to similar outbreaks without access to the wisdom that had previously provided immunity. The fifth avatar's existence was documented only through references in texts that described other people's reactions to their presence rather than recording their actual words or deeds, creating a historical ghost whose influence can be traced through changes in contemporary art, literature, and social customs, but whose personal story remains completely unknown. The indirect evidence suggests an avatar who preferred working through cultural influence rather than direct intervention, shaping human development through inspiration and example, rather than the dramatic confrontations that would characterize many later incarnations. This approach proved remarkably effective during an era when human societies were establishing the fundamental patterns of governance, economics, and social organization that would influence development for millennia to come, but it also ensured that the avatar's contributions would be attributed to other causes or forgotten entirely, as the changes they had inspired became accepted as natural evolution rather than guided development, requiring specific wisdom and deliberate cultivation over extended periods of patient work. The sixth avatar lived during the first great ice age that occurred after human civilization had become established across multiple continents, their lifetime spanning decades when advancing glaciers forced massive population migrations that might have resulted in endless warfare over shrinking habitable territories, if not for intervention that required unprecedented coordination between elemental abilities and diplomatic skills. The techniques this avatar developed for managing climate-related refugee crises would have been invaluable to later generations facing similar challenges, but the knowledge was lost when the ice finally retreated, and the survivors no longer felt need to preserve information about problems they hoped never to face again. The records that did survive from this period spoke of an avatar who could create temporary microclimates that provided safe havens for displaced populations while they searched for permanent new settlements, bending all four elements simultaneously to establish oases of warmth and fertility in landscapes that had become otherwise uninhabitable. These refuges existed only as long as the avatar's personal attention maintained them, creating communities that were both miraculously prosperous and heartbreakingly temporary, their residents knowing that their sanctuary would disappear when their protector moved on to help other groups facing similar difficulties. The seventh avatar's story was lost entirely, except for a single stone tablet whose inscription described their death during an attempt to prevent what appeared to be the first recorded use of bending for genocide, their sacrifice stopping an unnamed tyrant whose mastery of their element had been turned toward systematic extermination of populations who lacked the abilities necessary to defend themselves against such focused destruction. The tablet's location in what would later become the Central Earth Kingdom suggested that the Avatar had succeeded in preventing the atrocity but died in the process. Their body never recovered from the battlefield, where their final Avatar state had apparently been powerful enough to reshape local geography permanently. The terrain around the tablet's discovery site showed evidence of geological forces that could not be explained through normal volcanic or tectonic activity, patterns of rock formation and mineral distribution that suggested the intervention of consciousness capable of manipulating Earth itself with precision that exceeded anything known from later eras of earthbending mastery. The implications were both inspiring and terrifying, offering glimpses of Avatar power applied with desperation and determination that had achieved impossible results while consuming the life that had channeled such overwhelming cosmic forces. The eighth Avatar emerged during humanity's first serious attempt to establish permanent international institutions, their lifetime coinciding with efforts to create treaties and trade agreements that would formalize the relationships between emerging nation-states, whose boundaries were beginning to solidify around elemental specializations and cultural identities. The diplomatic protocols this avatar helped develop were revolutionary for their time, establishing principles of sovereignty and mutual respect that would influence international law for centuries to come, though the specific mechanisms they created were lost when the institutions they had helped build collapsed during subsequent political upheavals. The fragments that survived suggested an avatar who understood that lasting peace required more than preventing individual conflicts, that sustainable harmony demanded institutional frameworks capable of resolving disputes before they escalated to violence, while providing incentives for cooperation that made war economically and politically disadvantageous for all potential participants. The sophistication of these concepts was remarkable for such an early period in human political development, suggesting wisdom that drew upon avatar state access to accumulated knowledge from previous incarnations, whose own experiences with governance and diplomacy had been preserved in spiritual memory, even when historical records had been lost. The ninth avatar lived during what chronicles would euphemistically call the Century of Disasters, a period when volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, tsunamis, and severe weather patterns created constant emergencies that required avatar intervention to prevent mass casualties and civilizational collapse. The physical toll of using the avatar state repeatedly for disaster relief apparently shortened this incarnation's natural lifespan significantly, their body unable to withstand the stress of channeling cosmic forces on scales necessary to deflect natural catastrophes that threatened to undo centuries of human progress and development. The techniques this avatar developed for large-scale environmental intervention were preserved only in the altered landscapes they left behind. Regions where their emergency responses had created new river courses, modified mountain ranges, or established forests in areas that should have remained desert according to normal climatic patterns. These geological and ecological modifications continued to benefit human populations for generations after their creator's death, though the knowledge of how such changes had been accomplished was lost, along with the understanding of when such dramatic intervention might be justified, despite the personal costs it imposed on whoever attempted it. The 10th avatar's existence was recorded primarily through the accounts of their traveling companions, individuals from various nations who had been drawn to follow someone whose wisdom and compassion made their presence feel necessary, despite the dangers that accompanied anyone attempting to resolve conflicts during an era of increasing nationalism and territorial competition. These companions' journals described an avatar who seemed to carry the weight of accumulated spiritual knowledge with visible difficulty, their conversations revealing awareness of previous incarnations' experiences that exceeded anything later. Avatars would demonstrate in their recorded interactions with advisors and friends. This avatar apparently possessed conscious access to memories from previous lifetimes that went beyond the occasional visions and spiritual guidance that characterized most incarnations' relationship with their cosmic inheritance, creating both advantages in terms of accumulated wisdom and disadvantages in terms of psychological burden that may have contributed to their eventual retreat from active involvement in worldly affairs. The decision to spend their final years in meditation rather than intervention was controversial among contemporary observers who felt that avatar withdrawal during a period of increasing international tension represented abandonment of cosmic responsibility. The 11th avatar emerged during humanity's first systematic attempt to explore and map the entire world, their lifetime coinciding with maritime expeditions that established contact between previously isolated civilizations while creating opportunities for both cultural exchange and imperial exploitation that required careful guidance to prevent the stronger societies from destroying weaker ones. through economic domination or military conquest. The navigation techniques and diplomatic protocols this avatar developed for managing first contact situations were revolutionary, but they were lost when the political climate changed and subsequent explorers adopted more aggressive approaches that prioritized immediate profit over long-term stability. The maps that survived from this period showed geographical features and landmasses that could no longer be located by later expeditions, suggesting either that the avatar's spiritual abilities had enabled access to regions that were normally hidden from human perception, or that subsequent geological changes had made previously discovered territories permanently inaccessible. The mystery was compounded by references to populations and cultures whose existence could not be confirmed through independent sources, creating uncertainty about whether these accounts represented accurate historical records or spiritual visions that had been confused with physical exploration. The 12th Avatar's story survived only in the form of prophecies they had apparently made about future challenges that human civilization would face, predictions that were preserved by religious communities that interpreted them as divine revelation, rather than practical warnings from someone whose cosmic perspective enabled unusually clear understanding of long-term historical trends and their likely consequences. The accuracy of these prophecies became apparent only centuries after their author's death, when the predicted crises actually occurred with timing and characteristics that matched the ancient warnings with disturbing precision. The philosophical framework this avatar developed for understanding the relationship between individual choice and cosmic destiny influenced religious thinking for generations, though their teachings were gradually modified by successive interpreters until the original concepts became almost unrecognizable beneath layers of dogma and institutional interpretation. The spiritual practices they had recommended for maintaining psychological balance during periods of rapid social change were preserved in forms so fragmentary and corrupted that later practitioners who attempted to reconstruct them often achieved results opposite to what had been intended. The 13th Avatar lived during the first recorded appearance of bending abilities in individuals whose family histories contained no previous elemental mastery, a phenomenon that suggested either evolution in human spiritual capacity or intervention by forces that remained mysterious. Despite extensive investigation by scholars and spiritual advisors throughout the Avatar's lifetime, the research this avatar sponsored into the origins and development of bending abilities produced insights that would have been invaluable to later generations struggling with similar questions. But the findings were lost when the institutions they had established were destroyed during subsequent political upheavals. The implications of spontaneous bending emergence were profound for societies whose political and economic structures had been built around the assumption that elemental abilities were inherited, traits that could be predicted and planned for through conventional family lineage tracking. The social disruption caused by individuals who could suddenly manipulate forces they had never been trained to control required new approaches to education, safety regulation, and legal responsibility that challenged fundamental assumptions about human nature and social organization. The 14th Avatar's lifetime coincided with humanity's first major epidemic of spiritual possession, a crisis that affected individuals across all nations and social classes when entities from the spirit world began overwhelming human consciousness without warning or apparent cause, creating widespread panic and social breakdown that conventional spiritual practices proved inadequate to address effectively. The techniques this avatar developed for exorcism and spiritual protection were complex enough to require years of training to master, ensuring that their effectiveness died with the generation that had learned them directly from their creator. The aftermath of the possession epidemic left lasting changes in human spiritual capacity that influenced development for centuries afterward, alterations in consciousness that made certain types of meditation and spiritual practice more effective while rendering others dangerous or impossible for people whose spiritual anatomy had been modified by their experiences during the Find Me crisis. The Avatar's final years were spent documenting these changes and developing adapted practices that could serve future generations safely. But this research was lost when the libraries containing it were destroyed during wars that erupted after their death. The patterns that emerged from studying these forgotten Avatar incarnations suggested cycles and trends in human spiritual development that operated across timescales too vast for any single lifetime to comprehend fully, evolutionary processes that shaped not just individual consciousness, but the fundamental nature of how human awareness could interact with cosmic forces and elemental energies. The wisdom that these lost avatars had accumulated through their collective experiences would have provided invaluable guidance for their successors. But the mechanisms for preserving and transmitting such knowledge had not yet been developed during the early centuries of Avatar reincarnation. The gaps in historical records that obscured these forgotten incarnations reflected broader patterns of how human societies preserved knowledge, what types of information were considered worth maintaining across generations, and which aspects of spiritual development were deemed too dangerous or too difficult to transmit to future practitioners who lacked the immediate crisis conditions that had originally necessitated their development. The result was a legacy of wisdom that existed only in fragmentary hints and indirect influences, shadows of understanding that shaped later Avatar experiences without providing explicit guidance for navigating similar challenges. The spiritual techniques that were lost with these forgotten avatars included methods for accessing deeper levels of avatar state consciousness, approaches to elemental mastery that transcended the basic combat and utility applications that later generations would recognize, and diplomatic innovations that could have prevented many of the conflicts that would plague subsequent eras of human development. The absence of this knowledge created vulnerabilities and limitations that would influence every later avatar's ability to fulfill their cosmic responsibilities, gaps in understanding that could only be filled through rediscovering techniques that had once been common knowledge among spiritual practitioners. As the recorded history of Avatar reincarnation began with those incarnations whose stories survived the accidents of preservation and political continuity, the forgotten centuries that had preceded them remained as mysterious territories whose exploration required archaeological investigation and spiritual archaeology that could reconstruct lost wisdom from whatever traces remained in the Mason world's spiritual and physical landscape, fragments of understanding that waited patiently for future avatars wise enough to recognize their significance and dedicated enough to undertake the patient work of reconstruction and reintegration. Beyond the 4 great temples that anchored air nomad civilization in the memories of later generations, there existed sanctuaries so secret and so sacred that their locations were known only to the most advanced masters, refuges hidden within cloud banks that never dispersed, and valleys that could be reached only by those whose spiritual development had progressed beyond the need for maps or conventional navigation. These forgotten places served purposes that went beyond simple shelter or training facilities, functioning as repositories for knowledge too dangerous or too profound to be shared openly, archives of wisdom that required specific levels of spiritual preparation before their contents could be safely accessed or understood. The northern sanctuary nested within a perpetual storm system that had raged above the polar ice caps for centuries, its walls of compressed cloud and crystallized air providing protection more absolute than any fortress built from conventional materials. The winds that surrounded this hidden refuge moved according to patterns that defied meteorological analysis, their currents forming barriers that could be navigated only by airbenders who had mastered techniques so advanced that their very existence was considered theoretical by most masters who studied elemental theory without having experienced its practical application. Within this sanctuary, the most gifted air nomad children were brought to study under masters whose names were never spoken aloud and whose teachings were never committed to written form. Their knowledge transmitted only through direct spiritual connection that required complete trust between teacher and student. The curriculum of these hidden schools encompassed meditation techniques that could induce conscious, out-of-body travel, breathing exercises that enabled temporary suspension of biological functions, and airbending applications that bordered on manipulation of reality itself rather than simple elemental control. The students who emerged from these secret institutions returned to the conventional temples with abilities that seemed miraculous to their peers, but with strict prohibitions against demonstrating their full capabilities or discussing the source of their enhanced skills. The knowledge they carried was considered too dangerous for widespread distribution. Techniques that could reshape weather patterns across entire continents or enable flight through methods that transcended the Sky Bison partnership that defined traditional air nomad mobility. The Eastern Hidden Valley existed in a location that technically occupied the same geographic coordinates as a well-known mountain range, but somehow remained separate from normal physical space through principles that even the most advanced air nomad philosophers could not fully explain. Access required not just exceptional airbending skill, but a specific state of consciousness that could only be achieved through years of preparation, and the kind of spiritual purity that made the seeker's intentions transparent to the place. Valley's protective guardians. The architecture within this valley followed designs that seemed to have been grown rather than constructed. Buildings that curved and flowed like frozen wind currents, while maintaining structural integrity that exceeded anything achievable through conventional engineering. The materials used in their construction were familiar elements: stone, wood, metal, but arranged in configurations that created properties not found in nature. Walls that could become transparent at will, floors that could support impossible weights while remaining light enough to float on air currents when necessary. The library contained within the valley's central spire held texts written in scripts that existed nowhere else in the world, languages that had been developed specifically for recording knowledge that could not be adequately expressed through conventional communication methods. These volumes contained detailed instructions for spiritual practices that had been abandoned by mainstream air nomad culture due to their extreme difficulty and the dangerous consequences that awaited practitioners whose moral development had not reached the necessary level of purity and selflessness. The meditation chambers carved into the valley's living rock were designed to amplify spiritual energy in ways that could accelerate years of conventional practice into weeks of intensive training. But their use required supervision by masters whose wisdom had been refined through decades of experience with techniques that could drive unprepared minds beyond the boundaries of sanity. The geometric relationships between these chambers followed mathematical principles that had been discovered through spiritual insight rather than analytical study, creating resonance patterns that could harmonize human consciousness with cosmic forces that remained invisible to normal perception. The Western Cloud City drifted through upper atmospheric layers that were never touched by earthbound weather systems, its position shifting according to celestial cycles and spiritual currents that connected it to similar hidden refuges scattered throughout the world. The city's population consisted entirely of air nomads, who had chosen to dedicate their lives to preserving knowledge and practices that would be needed during future crises, but were too specialized for integration into everyday spiritual development. The inhabitants of this aerial sanctuary had developed airbending techniques that enabled them to survive at altitudes where normal human physiology would fail. Their bodies adapted through spiritual practice to function in environments that existed at the boundary between physical and spiritual realms. Their daily lives involved maintaining the complex atmospheric conditions that kept their city stable while conducting research into the fundamental nature of air itself and its relationship to consciousness, space, and time. The breeding programs they maintained for sky bison that had evolved beyond their earthbound relatives produced creatures capable of flight through spiritual realms, as well as physical skies, their enhanced abilities making them suitable companions for air nomads, whose own development had progressed beyond the limitations that defined conventional understanding of what human consciousness could achieve. These evolved sky bison could navigate between dimensions, carry passengers through time as well as space, and communicate directly with their riders through telepathic connections that transcended the simple empathy that characterized normal bison-human partnerships. The research conducted within the Cloud City encompassed investigations into the possibility of permanent spiritual flight that would free advanced practitioners from dependence on any external support while enabling them to exist simultaneously in multiple realms of reality. The theoretical framework for such development had been established through centuries of accumulated experience, but practical application required resources and isolation that could only be maintained in sanctuaries completely removed from the concerns and distractions of conventional society. The Southern Invisible Temple occupied a location that existed in the same physical space as an ordinary mountain peak, but remained undetectable to anyone whose spiritual development had not reached the level required for perceiving realities that transcended normal sensory experience. The temple's invisibility was not created through conventional concealment techniques, but through manipulation of perceptual reality itself, bending light and consciousness in ways that made the structure literally unseeable to unqualified observers. The masters who served at this temple had developed techniques for teaching airbending through methods that bypassed physical demonstration entirely, transmitting knowledge directly from mind to mind, through processes that required complete spiritual openness from students willing to surrender their individual consciousness temporarily to receive instruction that could not be communicated through conventional means. The results of this direct transmission were profound but dangerous, creating immediate mastery of advanced techniques while risking permanent alteration of the student's basic personality and spiritual identity. The preservation work conducted at the Invisible Temple focused on maintaining pure versions of air nomad cultural practices that had been gradually modified or corrupted in the conventional temples due to political pressures and practical compromises that accumulated over generations of adaptation to changing circumstances. The ceremonies and rituals practiced in complete secrecy preserved spiritual technologies that could access levels of cosmic power that later air nomads would consider legendary rather than achievable through disciplined practice. The prophetic archives maintained within the temple contained detailed records of visions and spiritual insights that described potential futures for air nomad civilization and humanity as a whole, predictions that were too disturbing or too complex for general distribution, but were preserved against the possibility that future generations would develop the wisdom necessary for understanding and acting upon such knowledge. The prophecies included detailed descriptions of the genocide that would eventually destroy visible air nomad civilization, along with specific instructions for survival strategies that could preserve essential knowledge and genetic lineages through the dark centuries that were destined to follow The underground monastery that existed beneath the central air temple served functions that were never acknowledged in official temple records. Its chambers housing air nomads who had volunteered to undergo spiritual transformations so profound that they could no longer exist safely in normal society, but whose enhanced capabilities were too valuable to lose through conventional death. These transformed masters existed in states that bordered on spiritual immortality. Their consciousness expanded beyond individual human limitations, while their physical forms were sustained through techniques that combined advanced meditation with carefully controlled elemental manipulation. The research conducted in these hidden depths explored the ultimate possibilities of human spiritual development, investigating whether consciousness could transcend not just physical death, but the cycle of reincarnation itself to achieve permanent existence that would be available to guide future generations through challenges that normal avatar reincarnation might be inadequate to address. The experiments required volunteers willing to sacrifice their individual humanity for the chance to preserve air nomad wisdom in forms that could survive any conceivable catastrophe. The secret tunnels that connected various hidden sanctuaries formed networks that spanned continents while remaining completely unknown to conventional air nomad society, their construction requiring cooperation between earthbending masters and air nomad spiritual adepts whose combined efforts had created transportation systems that operated through manipulation of spiritual rather than physical space. Travel through these tunnels could cover vast distances instantaneously, but required passengers to maintain meditative states that preserved their spiritual integrity, while their consciousness was temporarily separated from normal physical existence. The guardians who protected these tunnel networks were air nomads, who had chosen to dedicate their lives to ensuring that the secret knowledge and hidden sanctuaries remained accessible only to those whose spiritual development qualified them for receiving such profound teachings. Their duties required constant vigilance against discovery by unqualified individuals while maintaining the complex spiritual barriers that kept the hidden locations separate from normal reality. The sky bison colonies that lived in permanent isolation from human contact had developed their own sophisticated culture and knowledge systems that complemented but exceeded what their domesticated relatives could offer to conventional air nomad society. These wild populations had preserved abilities and wisdom that had been gradually lost by sky bison, whose lives were shaped by human partnership, maintaining direct connections to spiritual forces that enabled flight patterns and navigation techniques impossible for creatures whose development had been influenced by the limitations of human understanding. The communication networks that these isolated sky bison maintained spanned the entire world, their calls and movements carrying information that created early warning systems for natural disasters, spiritual disturbances, and political developments that could threaten air nomad security. The intelligence they provided to the hidden sanctuaries through methods that remain mysterious even to advanced masters enabled the preservation of crucial knowledge and resources that would have been lost if the secret institutions had been forced to rely on conventional information gathering methods. The philosophical traditions developed within these hidden sanctuaries explored questions and possibilities that mainstream air nomad culture considered too dangerous or too complex for general study, investigating the ultimate nature of consciousness, the relationship between individual identity and cosmic forces, and the possibility that human spiritual development might eventually transcend the limitations that had previously been considered fundamental aspects of mortal existence. The conclusions reached through centuries of intensive research and experimentation were preserved in forms that could only be understood by individuals whose own spiritual development had reached similar levels of advancement. The breeding programs for winged lemurs that had been genetically and spiritually enhanced through techniques combining biological knowledge with spiritual practice produced creatures whose intelligence and abilities approached those of their human companions, while maintaining the playful innocence that made them ideal partners for air nomads whose own development required balance between profound wisdom and childlike wonder. These enhanced lemurs served as messengers and scouts for the hidden sanctuaries, their small size and natural agility making them perfect for missions that required absolute secrecy and precision. The meditation practices that were developed specifically for use in these hidden environments required practitioners to maintain awareness of multiple levels of reality simultaneously while performing complex airbending techniques that could reshape local weather patterns or enable temporary transcendence of physical laws that normally governed human existence. The mental discipline required for such practices was so extreme that most air nomads who attempted them experienced temporary loss of normal personality functions, their individual consciousness overwhelmed by exposure to cosmic forces that exceeded their capacity for integration and comprehension. The artifacts that were created and preserved within these secret sanctuaries included tools and objects whose purposes and capabilities went far beyond anything that conventional air nomad society had developed for practical or ceremonial use. Devices that could manipulate time flow, enhance spiritual perception, or enable communication with entities that existed in realms normally inaccessible to human consciousness. The knowledge required for creating such artifacts was considered too dangerous for preservation in written form and was transmitted only through direct spiritual connection between masters whose own development had been proven through decades of dedicated practice. As the visible air nomad civilization approached its tragic end, the hidden sanctuaries implemented preservation protocols that had been developed over centuries of preparation for potential catastrophes, ensuring that essential knowledge and genetic materials would survive even complete genocide, while maintaining the possibility that air nomad culture could eventually be restored when circumstances permitted such resurrection. The sacrifices required for implementing these preservation protocols were profound, demanding that the sanctuary inhabitants accept permanent exile from normal human society in exchange for serving as living repositories of wisdom that future generations would need for rebuilding what war and hatred had destroyed. The final communications between the hidden sanctuaries and the conventional temples occurred through methods so subtle and so carefully concealed that even the perpetrators of the air nomad genocide never suspected that their systematic destruction of visible air nomad presence had failed to eliminate the deeper spiritual foundations that continued to exist in locations that transcended normal physical detection and conventional military assault. The patience and wisdom that enabled these sanctuaries to remain hidden through centuries of searching and persecution represented the ultimate expression of air nomad values, preserving peace through strategic withdrawal rather than engaging in conflicts that could only result in mutual destruction. Beneath the mighty walls of Ba Sing Se, carved into bedrock that had supported civilizations for millennia before the Earth Kingdom's capital rose to dominate the continent's political landscape, there existed networks of tunnels, chambers, and underground cities whose complexity and sophistication exceeded anything that surface dwellers had ever imagined possible. These subterranean realms had been excavated not through conventional mining techniques, but through earthbending mastery so advanced that solid stone could be shaped like clay in the hands of artists whose vision encompassed architectural possibilities that transcended normal understanding of what could be achieved through manipulation of mineral and metal. The deepest levels of this underground civilization predated Ba Sing Se itself by centuries, their construction representing the accumulated labor of earthbending masters, whose names had been forgotten long before the first surface foundations of the great city had been laid, according to plans that deliberately ignored or obscured the existence of the vast networks that already flourished in the darkness below. These ancient excavations followed principles of design and engineering that combined practical functionality with spiritual significance, creating spaces that served both as living environments and as meditation chambers where earthbenders could commune directly with the fundamental forces that governed their element. The original builders, as they were remembered in fragmentary records that survived the rise and fall of multiple surface civilizations, had possessed understanding of Earth's deeper nature that went far beyond the combat and construction applications that later generations would recognize as the limits of earthbending possibility. Their techniques enabled manipulation of geological processes that normally required millennia to complete, accelerating the formation of crystal structures, modifying the properties of metals while they remained embedded in living rock, and creating architectural elements that grew rather than being carved or assembled from separate components. The chambers they carved served as repositories for knowledge that was deemed too dangerous or too complex for preservation in libraries accessible to casual scholars. Vaults where earthbending techniques were encoded in the mineral structure of walls and floors through methods that required specific spiritual states to decode and understand. The information stored in these geological texts included detailed instructions for terraforming entire regions, methods for predicting and controlling seismic activity, and philosophical frameworks for understanding Earth's role in maintaining the balance between all elements that sustained life throughout the world. The underground rivers that flowed through these ancient excavations had been redirected from their natural courses through engineering projects so vast and so precisely executed that their artificial nature remained undetectable to surface dwellers who assumed the waterways that supplied Ba Sing Se's needs had always followed their current patterns. The aquifers and cisterns carved into solid rock provided water storage capacity that could sustain populations far larger than the surface city during extended sieges or drought conditions, while the filtration systems built into the rock itself purified water to levels that exceeded anything achievable through conventional treatment methods. The agricultural terraces that had been carved into underground cliff faces enabled food production that supplemented surface farming while remaining completely invisible to enemies who might attempt to starve the city into submission through conventional siege tactics. The crops grown in these hidden gardens had been specially developed through centuries of selective breeding to thrive in low-light conditions while providing nutritional profiles that could sustain human health indefinitely when surface supplies were interrupted by warfare or natural disasters. The workshops and foundries that occupied intermediate levels between the deepest ceremonial chambers and the shallow tunnels that connected to surface buildings contained equipment and knowledge that represented the pinnacle of earth-bending metallurgy, techniques for creating alloys and working metals that would not be rediscovered by surface civilizations for generations after their original developers had vanished into the anonymity of forgotten history. The tools and weapons produced in these hidden facilities possessed properties that seemed magical to contemporary observers, but resulted from scientific understanding that combined chemistry with spiritual insight in ways that purely analytical approaches could never achieve. The libraries carved into solid rock contained texts written in languages that existed nowhere else in the world, scripts whose symbols had been developed specifically for recording earthbending techniques, and geological knowledge that could not be adequately expressed through conventional writing systems. The volumes preserved in these archives included detailed maps of mineral deposits throughout the known world, comprehensive analyses of geological formations that could be exploited for defensive or economic purposes, and philosophical treatises that explored Earth's relationship to consciousness, time, and the fundamental structure of reality itself. The communication systems that connected different levels and districts of the underground complex operated through manipulation of seismic vibrations that could carry messages across vast distances while remaining undetectable to anyone who lacked the specialized training required for interpreting the subtle tremors that carried encoded information. The network of listening posts and relay stations built into the tunnel systems enabled real-time coordination between widely separated communities, while providing early warning of surface developments that could threaten the security of the hidden civilization. The defensive installations that protected crucial areas of the underground realm employed earthbending techniques that could seal passages instantly, create false tunnels that led invaders into carefully prepared traps, or collapse entire sections of the complex while leaving other areas unaffected. The strategic planning that guided these defensive preparations demonstrated understanding of siege warfare that exceeded the tactical knowledge available to surface military commanders, incorporating lessons learned through centuries of experience with conflicts that most historical records had forgotten or never documented accurately. The spiritual centers that served the underground population's religious and philosophical needs were carved according to geometric principles that enhanced meditation and spiritual practice through acoustic properties and dimensional relationships that affected human consciousness in ways that could not be explained through conventional architecture or psychology. The ceremonies conducted in these sacred spaces involved earthbending applications that bordered on manipulation of reality itself rather than simple elemental control, techniques that enabled direct communication with the planetary consciousness that some philosophers believed existed as the ultimate expression of Earth element. The educational institutions that prepared young earthbenders for life in the underground civilization provided training that went far beyond anything available in surface schools. Instruction that encompassed not just advanced bending techniques, but comprehensive understanding of geology, chemistry, engineering, and the spiritual principles that unified practical skills with philosophical wisdom. The curriculum required decades to complete and produced masters whose capabilities seemed supernatural to surface dwellers who had never witnessed earthbending develop to its full potential. The artistic traditions that flourished in the hidden realm produced sculptures and architectural elements whose beauty derived not just from aesthetic arrangement, but from harmony with the natural patterns that governed crystal growth, mineral formation, creating works that seemed to embody the essential nature of Earth itself, rather than merely representing earthbender mastery through crude manipulation of external materials. The techniques employed by these underground artists enabled creation of structures that continued to develop and change after their initial completion, growing more complex and beautiful as geological time added layers of meaning that human lifespan could never encompass. The healing arts practiced by underground masters incorporated understanding of how mineral and metal elements affected human physiology, knowledge that enabled treatment of ailments that surface medicine could never address effectively. The therapeutic applications of earthbending included techniques for repairing bone damage through controlled manipulation of calcium distribution, methods for extracting toxins through precise adjustment of cellular mineral content, and spiritual practices that used connection to earth energy for restoring psychological balance disrupted by trauma or extended illness. The astronomical observations conducted from underground facilities that accessed surface viewing areas through concealed openings had produced calendars and predictive models that exceeded the accuracy of any surface institutions knowledge that enabled agricultural planning and strategic decision-making based on celestial cycles that most civilizations ignored or misunderstood. The integration of geological and astronomical knowledge created comprehensive understanding of how cosmic forces affected terrestrial conditions, enabling predictions and preparations that seemed prophetic to surface dwellers who lacked access to the underlying analytical frameworks. The transportation networks that connected the underground realm to other hidden earthbender facilities scattered throughout the continent operated through tunnels so deep and so carefully concealed that their existence remained unknown to Bender. Surface authorities, despite centuries of construction and maintenance that required coordination between widely separated communities. The vehicles that moved through these networks utilized earthbending propulsion methods that enabled rapid travel across vast distances while maintaining absolute secrecy from surface observation or interference. The preservation protocols that governed the underground civilization's response to surface threats included plans for complete isolation that could be maintained indefinitely, sealing all connections to surface levels, while continuing to function as an independent society whose needs could be met entirely through resources available within the hidden realm. The preparations for such isolation encompassed food production, manufacturing, education, and spiritual development that could continue without any external input for generations. If surface conditions made contact too dangerous to maintain, the diplomatic relationships that the underground civilization maintained with similar hidden communities in other regions of the Earth Kingdom operated through communication methods and travel routes that remained completely unknown to surface governments, whose authority was deliberately circumvented when their policies threatened the security or values of the subterranean populations. The network of hidden earthbender societies formed an alternative political structure that could coordinate responses to threats or opportunities without reference to the conventional territorial boundaries that defined surface political relationships. The archival systems that preserve knowledge of surface developments throughout centuries of hidden observation had created comprehensive records of political, military, technological, and cultural changes that provided understanding of historical patterns and trends that surface scholars could never achieve through conventional research methods. The intelligence gathered through systematic but invisible monitoring enabled predictions and preparations that kept the underground civilization ahead of surface developments, while maintaining absolute secrecy about their observation activities. The recruitment methods that brought selected surface dwellers into the underground civilization operated through careful evaluation of individuals whose character and capabilities qualified them for receiving knowledge of the hidden realm's existence, processes that could require years of observation and testing before potential recruits were approached with opportunities for joining communities whose existence they had never suspected. The criteria for selection emphasized spiritual development and ethical commitment rather than simple earthbending ability, ensuring that new members could be trusted with secrets whose revelation could destroy centuries of careful preparation and accumulated security. The experimental programs that pushed earthbending capabilities beyond conventionally recognized limits included research into manipulation of materials that were not traditionally considered part of Earth element, techniques for affecting living tissues through their mineral content, and investigations into the possibility that consciousness itself might be subject to modification through carefully applied earthbending influences. The results of these experiments were preserved in forms that could only be accessed by masters whose own development had reached levels that qualified them for understanding knowledge that could reshape fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality and consciousness. The prophecies and predictions that had guided the underground civilization's development over centuries of hidden growth included detailed descriptions of future catastrophes that would threaten surface civilizations, along with specific instructions for preservation strategies that could maintain essential knowledge and capabilities through periods of darkness and destruction. The accuracy of these prophetic visions had been validated through repeated confirmation of predicted events, creating confidence that future predictions could guide preparation for challenges that surface societies were not equipped to recognize or address effectively. The final phases of the underground civilization's existence were planned around the recognition that their concealment from surface authority could not be maintained indefinitely as technology and political surveillance capabilities continued to develop, requiring transition strategies that would either integrate their knowledge with surface society or ensure its preservation through methods that transcended the vulnerability of any single location or community. The wisdom accumulated through centuries of hidden development represented resources that humanity would eventually need for addressing challenges that conventional approaches could never resolve, knowledge that waited in patient darkness for the time when surface consciousness would develop the maturity necessary for receiving such profound gifts responsibly. As Ba Sing Se grew above them into the massive fortress city that would dominate Earth Kingdom politics and culture, the forgotten civilization beneath its foundations continued its patient work of preservation and development, maintaining capabilities and knowledge that would remain available when surface society finally recognized the limitations of conventional approaches to earthbending, governance, and the fundamental challenges of maintaining harmony between human ambition and planetary wisdom that sustained all life through cycles of growth and change that operated according to principles too vast for individual consciousness to comprehend without spiritual development that connected personal awareness to cosmic forces that shaped the destiny of worlds. Beyond the well-documented territories that comprised the Fire Nation's heartland, scattered across the vast oceanic expanses that surrounded the volcanic archipelago, there existed islands and island chains whose names had been deliberately erased from official records, territories that had once served purposes so sensitive or so dangerous that their very existence had been classified beyond the reach of conventional historical preservation. These forgotten southern reaches of Fire Nation influence represented experiments in governance, spirituality, and elemental mastery that had been abandoned not because they failed, but because their success had proven too threatening to the centralized authority that would eventually consolidate power under the system that produced Fire Lords like Sozin and Ozai. The Ember Atoll had served as the Fire Nation's primary center for spiritual research during the centuries before the war, transformed firebending from a tool of enlightenment into an instrument of conquest and domination. The volcanic islands that comprised this remote sanctuary had been carefully selected for their unique geological properties, their lava flows containing mineral compositions that enhanced spiritual perception, while their hot springs produced vapors that could induce meditative states deeper than anything achievable through conventional practice. The fire sages who established their most secret monasteries on these islands had developed firebending techniques that focused entirely on healing, purification, and spiritual illumination, rather than the combat applications that later generations would consider the primary purpose of elemental mastery. The healing arts practiced on the Ember Atoll represented the pinnacle of what fire element could achieve when applied with wisdom and compassion rather than anger and aggression, techniques that could repair tissue damage at the cellular level, purge toxins from living systems through carefully controlled internal heat, and restore psychological balance disrupted by trauma or spiritual corruption. The masters who developed these applications understood fire not as destructive force, but as the fundamental energy that animated all life, the spark of consciousness that connected individual awareness to cosmic forces that sustained existence throughout the universe. The therapeutic hot springs that had been modified through centuries of careful earthbending collaboration created bathing facilities whose mineral content and temperature distribution could address specific ailments with precision that exceeded anything available through conventional medicine. The knowledge required for maintaining these healing waters encompassed understanding of chemistry, geology, and spiritual energy that had been accumulated through generations of masters who dedicated their lives to perfecting treatments that could restore health and vitality, even in cases that seemed hopeless to practitioners trained in purely physical approaches to healing. The meditation caves that had been carved into the atoll's volcanic peaks followed acoustic principles that amplified spiritual energy while filtering out distractions that could interfere with the deep contemplative states required for advanced firebending development. The geometric relationships between these chambers created resonance patterns that synchronized human consciousness with the planetary fire energy that flowed through the Earth's molten core, enabling direct communion with forces that most firebenders could only access indirectly through their personal elemental abilities. The library, carved into the atoll's central volcano, contained texts that documented spiritual applications of firebending that had been developed over centuries of peaceful research and experimentation, techniques that were considered too sacred for general distribution and too powerful for anyone whose moral development had not reached the highest levels of purity and selflessness. The volumes preserved in these flame-proof archives included detailed instructions for using fire to enhance life rather than destroy it, methods for purifying corrupt spiritual energy, and philosophical frameworks for understanding fire's role in maintaining cosmic balance. The Dragon Peaks archipelago had served as the Fire Nation's primary sanctuary for dragons during the centuries before hunting these magnificent creatures became fashionable among Fire Nation nobility seeking to prove their Fire Nation superiority over the original masters of their element. The islands that comprised this hidden refuge had been carefully selected for their remoteness and their geological features that provided ideal nesting sites for dragons whose needs went far beyond simple shelter to encompass spiritual requirements that could only be met in locations where fire energy reached optimal concentration and purity. The dragon population that thrived in this protected environment had developed beyond their mainland relatives in ways that reflected centuries of undisturbed evolution and spiritual development, their intelligence and elemental mastery reaching levels that approached the legendary capabilities attributed to the ancient dragons who had first taught humans to bend fire. These evolved dragons could manipulate flames that existed on multiple planes of reality simultaneously, creating fire that burned spiritual corruption without affecting physical matter or generating heat that could heal rather than harm living tissues. The communication methods that these advanced dragons had developed enabled them to share knowledge and coordinate activities across vast distances through techniques that transcended normal limitations of space and time, their calls resonating through dimensions that connected all fire energy throughout the world. The wisdom they accumulated through their extended lifespans and enhanced perception was preserved through methods that ensured important insights would survive, even if individual dragons perished, creating collective memory systems that maintained continuity of dragon culture across generations. The partnership agreements that the Dragon Peaks dragons had established with select Fire Nation masters created relationships that went far beyond the simple cooperation that most firebenders achieved with dragon companions, enabling deep spiritual connections that allowed temporary merger of consciousness while maintaining individual identity and autonomy. These advanced partnerships provided access to firebending techniques that no human could develop independently, applications of fire energy that required dragon perception and wisdom to understand and implement safely. The research conducted through these human-dragon collaborations had produced innovations in firebending that exceeded anything achieved through purely human development, techniques that could manipulate solar energy directly, rather than requiring internal generation of flames, methods for creating fire that existed as pure energy without physical manifestation, and applications that could affect time flow and spatial relationships through controlled manipulation of the fundamental forces that governed reality itself. The Solar Temple Islands had been established as centers for studying fire's relationship to celestial forces, their locations chosen for optimal astronomical observation, and their facilities designed to capture and concentrate solar energy for research purposes that went far beyond anything that surface Fire Nation institutions had ever attempted. The masters who served at these remote observatories had developed understanding of how cosmic cycles affected elemental abilities, knowledge that enabled predictions of solar eclipses, volcanic activity, and other fire-related phenomena with accuracy that seemed prophetic to less informed observers. The calendar systems developed through these astronomical studies had provided the Fire Nation with agricultural and military planning capabilities that contributed significantly to their early prosperity and territorial expansion. But the knowledge had been classified as state secrets to prevent other nations from gaining similar advantages through access to information that Fire Nation leadership considered proprietary, despite its universal applicability to understanding natural processes that affected all human societies. The solar collection devices that had been built into the temple architecture utilized principles of engineering and spiritual science that combined metallurgy with firebending in ways that created equipment capable of storing, releasing solar energy in controlled amounts regardless of weather, conditions, or time of day. The technology required for building and maintaining such devices represented collaboration between firebenders and craftsmen whose combined expertise produced capabilities that would not be matched by conventional engineering for centuries after the knowledge was lost through political suppression and institutional abandonment. The spiritual practices that had been developed specifically for use during solar eclipses, equinoxes, and other astronomically significant events involved firebending techniques that could only be performed when celestial conditions created optimal alignment between terrestrial and cosmic fire energies. The ceremonies conducted during these special occasions were said to enable temporary transcendence of normal human limitations, allowing practitioners to experience direct connection with the solar forces that sustained all life while maintaining individual consciousness and memory of the enhanced state. The hidden colonies of the Sunset Chain represented Fire Nation settlements that had been established with official approval but had gradually evolved into independent communities whose loyalty to the homeland became increasingly theoretical as generations of isolation developed cultural practices and political institutions that diverged significantly from mainland Fire Nation norms. These communities had been allowed to fade from official records rather than being forcibly reintegrated because their experiments in alternative governance and social organization provided valuable information about different approaches to Fire Nation cultural development. The democratic institutions that some of these colonies had developed challenged fundamental assumptions about Fire Nation political theory, demonstrating that communities of firebenders could thrive under systems that emphasized cooperation and consensus rather than hierarchical authority and competitive dominance. The success of these alternative approaches to governance was documented in reports that were classified and eventually suppressed because their implications threatened the ideological foundations upon which Firelord authority was based. The economic systems that had evolved in these isolated communities included innovations in trade, manufacturing, and resource management that could have revolutionized Fire Nation prosperity if their methods had been adopted more widely. But the political independence that had enabled such innovations also made the colonies suspicious to mainland authorities, who preferred control over efficiency when the two objectives conflicted with each other. The cultural syntheses that had developed through contact with traders and refugees from other nations created artistic traditions and philosophical perspectives that enriched Fire Nation heritage while challenging the ethnic purity and cultural supremacy that would later become central to Fire Nation war ideology. The music, literature, and visual arts produced in these mixed communities demonstrated possibilities for Fire Nation cultural development that embraced rather than rejected foreign influences. The Lost Sage temples scattered throughout the southern island chains had been established during the earliest periods of Fire Nation civilization by masters whose spiritual development had progressed beyond the institutional limitations of conventional religious hierarchy, creating independent centers for advanced spiritual practice that operated without official supervision or support. The isolation that protected these temples from political interference also ensured that their knowledge and practices would be lost when their founders died without having trained sufficient successors to maintain institutional continuity. The firebending techniques that had been developed in these independent temples focused on applications that mainstream Fire Sage tradition considered too difficult or too dangerous for general instruction, methods for manipulating the spiritual essence that animated fire energy, rather than simply controlling its physical manifestations. The practitioners who mastered these advanced techniques could create flames that affected consciousness directly, fire that could purify spiritual corruption, and heat that could accelerate natural healing processes beyond anything that conventional medicine could achieve. The philosophical traditions that guided these independent spiritual communities explored questions about consciousness, reality, and the ultimate nature of existence that official Fire Nation religious doctrine avoided because their implications challenged political and social assumptions that institutional authority preferred to leave unexamined. The conclusions reached through centuries of intensive contemplation and experimentation were preserved in forms that could only be understood by individuals whose own spiritual development had reached similar levels of advancement. The architectural innovations that these temples embodied incorporated principles of design that enhanced spiritual energy through geometric relationships and material properties, that created environments specifically optimized for advanced meditation and firebending practice. The buildings seemed to breathe with their own internal fire energy while providing acoustic and thermal conditions that supported states of consciousness that were impossible to achieve in conventional structures. The volcanic research stations that had been established on islands with particularly active geological conditions served purposes that combined scientific investigation with spiritual exploration. Their facilities designed to study the relationship between elemental fire energy and the planetary forces that created volcanic activity. The masters who staffed these dangerous outposts had developed understanding of geological processes that enabled prediction and sometimes prevention of eruptions that could threaten populated areas. The techniques that had been developed for communicating with the planetary consciousness that some masters believed existed within the Earth's molten core involved meditation practices that required practitioners to descend into active volcanic areas while maintaining spiritual states that protected them from physical harm, while enabling telepathic contact with forces that operated on geological timescales. The information received through these dangerous communications included warnings about future seismic activity and insights into the spiritual forces that governed planetary development. The mineral extraction methods that had been developed through combination of advanced earthbending cooperation and firebending enhancement, could produce materials with properties that exceeded anything available through conventional mining and refining processes. The metals and crystals produced through these techniques possessed characteristics that made them ideal for creating tools and weapons, whose capabilities seemed magical to users who had not witnessed their manufacture. The abandoned Phoenix Islands had been settled by Fire Nation dissidents who rejected the militaristic direction that their homeland's culture was taking during the early phases of what would eventually become the 100-Year War. Their communities representing attempts to preserve Fire Nation values and traditions that emphasized harmony and spiritual development rather than conquest and domination. The isolation that had initially protected these pacifist settlements eventually contributed to their decline as younger generations left for more dynamic environments, while the elders who maintained traditional practices died without replacement. The peace-oriented firebending traditions that had been preserved in these communities included techniques that were specifically designed for defensive rather than offensive applications, methods for creating barriers of flame that could protect without harming attackers, and applications that could neutralize aggressive fire energy through harmonious resonance rather than superior force. The philosophical frameworks that guided these peaceful approaches to elemental mastery emphasized fire's role as source of life and enlightenment rather than tool for imposing will upon others. The agricultural innovations that these pacifist communities had developed through careful application of fire energy to enhance plant growth and soil fertility could have revolutionized Fire Nation food production if their methods had been adopted more widely, but the political isolation that their philosophical differences had created prevented dissemination of knowledge that could have benefited the entire nation. As the Fire Nation's political evolution moved inexorably toward the authoritarian militarism that would characterize the war period, the southern islands that had served as refuges for alternative approaches to Fire Nation culture were gradually abandoned or destroyed, their populations scattered, and their knowledge lost except for fragments that survived in hidden archives, or the memories of exiles who carried their traditions into foreign lands, where Fire Nation heritage became curiosity rather than living culture that shaped daily life and spiritual development. The maps that had once marked these forgotten territories were removed from official archives, while new charts showed only empty ocean where thriving communities had once demonstrated that Fire Nation civilization could develop along paths that emphasized creativity and cooperation rather than destruction and dominance, alternative histories that waited in watery graves for future archaeologists wise enough to recognize their significance and dedicated enough to recover wisdom that had been deliberately drowned beneath waves of political expedience and imperial ambition. Beneath the ice-locked waters that stretched endlessly across the polar seas surrounding the Water Tribe territories, there lay the ruins of magnificent cities whose towers had once pierced the surface of oceans that ran warmer in ages, when the world's climate followed different patterns and spiritual forces maintained balance through mechanisms that later civilizations would never fully understand or successfully replicate. These sunken metropolises represented the height of Water Tribe architectural achievement, settlements that had been constructed not merely to withstand the harsh conditions of polar existence, but to thrive in harmony with ice and sea, through engineering principles that combined practical necessity with spiritual wisdom, accumulated over millennia of intimate partnership with their unforgiving but generous environment. The Great Tide City had been the crown jewel of ancient Water Tribe civilization. Its spiraling towers and flowing bridges, constructed entirely from ice, that had been hardened and shaped through water-bending techniques, so advanced that the structures remained intact centuries after their creators had vanished beneath, rising waters that claim not just buildings but entire ways of life whose sophistication exceeded anything that later water tribe communities would achieve. The city's architecture followed organic principles that mimicked the natural patterns of ice crystal formation, while incorporating engineering solutions that enabled permanent construction from materials that conventional understanding considered too unstable and temporary for major building projects. The ice that comprised these ancient structures had been modified at the molecular level through spiritual techniques that altered its fundamental properties, creating building materials that possessed the strength of stone, while maintaining the flexibility necessary to withstand seismic activity and thermal expansion that would have shattered conventional construction. The waterbenders who developed these advanced applications understood ice not merely as frozen water, but as a unique state of matter that could be molded according to principles that transcended normal physical limitations when properly guided by consciousness, trained in the deepest mysteries of their element. The heating systems that had kept these ice cities habitable during the harshest winter conditions operated through ingenious applications of thermal regulation that captured and redistributed geothermal energy from underwater volcanic sources, creating comfortable living environments within structures that appeared to be constructed entirely from frozen water. The network of channels and chambers that circulated warm currents throughout the city's infrastructure represented engineering solutions that required precise understanding of fluid dynamics, combined with water-bending mastery that could maintain optimal temperatures without melting the ice, that provided structural integrity. The agricultural facilities that had sustained these underwater civilizations included vast greenhouse complexes whose ice walls had been engineered to transmit specific wavelengths of sunlight while filtering out radiation that could damage the carefully cultivated crops that provided nutrition during the long polar winters when surface hunting became impossible. The hydroponic systems that nourished these enclosed gardens utilized mineral-rich waters that had been processed through natural filtration systems built into the city's foundations, creating soil substitutes that could support plant growth under conditions that seemed impossible for conventional farming. The preservation techniques that these ancient water tribe communities had developed for storing food supplies during extended periods of isolation represented the pinnacle of what could be achieved through combination of ice manipulation and understanding of how controlled freezing could maintain nutritional value while preventing spoilage. The storage facilities carved into the city's lower levels could maintain optimal conditions for different types of provisions simultaneously, creating microenvironments that preserved meat, vegetables, and medicinal supplies according to their specific requirements. The transportation networks that had connected different districts of these sprawling urban complexes operated through channels of moving water that had been engineered to flow in carefully calculated patterns, creating current systems that could carry passengers and cargo throughout the city without requiring individual effort or mechanical assistance. The waterbenders who designed these transportation systems possessed understanding of fluid mechanics that enabled creation of permanent flow patterns that remained stable for decades while providing efficient movement between locations that might otherwise require hours of difficult travel through ice corridors and frozen passages. The communication systems that had enabled coordination between widely separated areas of these vast cities utilized the acoustic properties of ice and water to transmit messages across distances that exceeded the range of normal voice communication, creating networks of channels and chambers that could carry whispered words from one end of the city to another with clarity that made conversation possible despite physical separation. The engineering principles that governed these communication networks required precise calculation of angles and distances that would focus sound waves while filtering out background noise that could interfere with message transmission. The spiritual centers that had served the religious and philosophical needs of these underwater communities were constructed according to acoustic and geometric principles that enhanced meditation and waterbending practice, their curved walls and flowing spaces creating environments that synchronized human consciousness with the rhythmic patterns of ocean currents and tidal cycles. The ceremonies conducted in these sacred spaces involved waterbending applications that enabled direct communion with the ocean's spiritual essence, techniques that connected individual awareness to the vast consciousness that some masters believed existed within the world's interconnected water systems. The healing arts that had been practiced in these ancient cities represented applications of waterbending that exceeded anything that later water tribe healers would achieve, techniques that could repair cellular damage through precise manipulation of the water content in living tissues while purging toxins and infections through controlled circulation of purified healing waters. The medical facilities carved into the city's upper levels included treatment pools whose mineral content and temperature distribution could address specific ailments with precision that rivaled anything available through modern healing methods. The libraries that had preserved the accumulated knowledge of these underwater civilizations were constructed using ice preservation techniques that could maintain written materials indefinitely while protecting them from deterioration, that normally destroyed organic documents exposed to moisture and temperature fluctuations. The texts stored in these archives included detailed records of waterbending techniques that had been developed over centuries of experimentation and refinement, philosophical treatises that explored water's relationship to consciousness and cosmic forces, and historical accounts that documented the rise and eventual submersion of civilizations whose achievements exceeded anything recorded in later historical periods. The astronomical observation facilities that had been built into the highest towers of these ice cities enabled studies of celestial movements and their relationship to tidal patterns, seasonal changes, and the spiritual forces that governed water element throughout the world. The calendars and predictive models developed through these observations provided water tribe communities with planning capabilities that contributed to their survival and prosperity during the challenging periods when climate changes made traditional hunting and fishing increasingly difficult and unreliable. The frozen palace of the eternal winter had served as the spiritual center for water tribe communities throughout the polar regions, its construction representing collaboration between master waterbenders from both northern and southern tribes. During an age when political boundaries between these populations remained fluid and cooperative, rather than the rigid, territorial divisions that would characterize later periods of water tribe development, the palace's architecture embodied the ultimate expression of what could be achieved through ice construction techniques, its halls and chambers flowing seamlessly into each other, while maintaining structural integrity that had withstood centuries of seismic activity and climate fluctuation. The throne room that had served as the seat of water tribe spiritual authority was carved from a single massive iceberg whose internal structure had been modified through waterbending techniques that created chambers and passages of breathtaking beauty while preserving the natural crystal formations that made the ice seem to glow with internal light. The ceremonies conducted in this sacred space involved rituals that connected water tribe leadership to the spiritual forces that governed their element, ensuring that political decisions reflected wisdom that transcended individual human understanding and personal ambition. The council chambers that had hosted diplomatic negotiations between water tribe communities and representatives from other nations were designed according to acoustic principles that enabled clear communication while creating psychological environments that encouraged cooperation and mutual understanding rather than competitive posturing and adversarial debate. The success of negotiations conducted in these spaces was attributed not just to skilled diplomacy, but to the spiritual influence of the architecture itself, which seemed to inspire participants to seek solutions that served everyone's needs rather than advancing narrow sectarian interests. The training facilities that had prepared young waterbenders for advanced spiritual and martial applications were constructed using ice formations that could be reconfigured through bending techniques, creating practice environments that could simulate various combat and survival scenarios, while maintaining safety standards that protected students from serious injury during intensive instruction. The curriculum developed for these facilities encompassed not just technical skill, but comprehensive understanding of water's spiritual nature and its role in maintaining cosmic balance. The deep current cities that had been built in ocean trenches and underwater valleys represented water tribe adaptation to environments that seemed completely hostile to human habitation, their construction requiring waterbending techniques that could create air-filled living spaces within structures that remained permanently submerged beneath crushing depths that would destroy conventional architecture. The populations that thrived in these underwater settlements had developed physiological adaptations that enabled them to survive at pressures that would be fatal to surface dwellers, while maintaining cultural traditions that connected them to their water tribe heritage. The pressure regulation systems that made life possible in these deep ocean cities operated through ingenious applications of water bending that created protective barriers capable of maintaining comfortable atmospheric conditions while enabling controlled access to the surrounding ocean environment. The technology required for building and maintaining such facilities represented understanding of physics and engineering that combined scientific knowledge with spiritual insight in ways that purely analytical approaches could never achieve. The marine agriculture that sustained these deep ocean communities included cultivation of sea plants and management of fish populations that provided reliable food sources while maintaining ecological balance that ensured long-term sustainability of the ocean environments that supported both human settlements and natural marine ecosystems. The techniques employed for underwater farming required water-bending applications that could modify ocean currents and mineral distribution to create optimal growing conditions for crops that had been specially developed for deep water cultivation. The mining operations that these underwater communities conducted to extract minerals and precious materials from ocean floor deposits utilized water-bending techniques that could manipulate sediments and rock formations without disrupting the geological stability that protected the cities from underwater landslides and seismic damage. The materials obtained through these operations provided trade goods that could be exchanged with surface communities for resources that were not available in deep ocean environments. The glacier fortresses that had been constructed throughout the polar ice sheets served both military and spiritual purposes. Their massive walls and defensive installations, representing the ultimate development of water tribe military architecture, while their temple complexes provided centers for advanced spiritual practice that required the complete isolation and environmental purity that could only be found in the most remote polar regions. The construction techniques employed for these fortresses utilized ice engineering principles that created structures capable of withstanding attacks from conventional armies, while providing comfortable living conditions for permanent garrisons. The defensive innovations that made these fortresses nearly impregnable included ice walls that could repair themselves through water-bending applications, trap systems that could flood attacking forces with freezing water, or bury them beneath controlled avalanches, and observation towers that enabled surveillance of approaching enemies across vast distances of seemingly empty ice fields. The strategic planning that guided fortress placement and design demonstrated understanding of military theory that exceeded the tactical knowledge available to most conventional armies. The weapon manufacturing that was conducted within these fortress complexes produced tools and armaments that exceeded anything available through conventional metallurgy, utilizing ice-working techniques that could create blades and projectiles with properties that seemed magical to opponents who had never witnessed the advanced applications of waterbending that made such weapons possible. The knowledge required for creating these specialized armaments was closely guarded and transmitted only to masters whose loyalty and discretion had been proven through years of dedicated service. The spiritual practices that were conducted in the fortress temples involved techniques for communing with the polar spirits that some masters believed controlled weather patterns and ice formation throughout the polar regions, rituals that could influence climate conditions and provide early warning of natural disasters that threatened water tribe communities scattered throughout the harsh polar environment. The ceremonies required for establishing these spiritual connections involved waterbending applications that pushed practitioners to the limits of human endurance, while providing access to knowledge and power that transcended normal, elemental abilities. The lost migration routes that had once connected water tribe communities across vast oceanic distances were marked by navigation landmarks and supply caches that had been carefully positioned to enable travel between settlements that were separated by hundreds of miles of treacherous ice fields and open water. The knowledge required for following these routes encompassed understanding of ocean currents, weather patterns, and celestial navigation that represented the accumulated wisdom of countless generations of water tribe explorers and traders. The ice road construction techniques that made these migration routes possible involved waterbending applications that could create temporary bridges and pathways across areas of unstable ice or open water, enabling large groups of travelers to cross obstacles that would be impassable for individuals attempting to navigate independently. The engineering principles that governed ice road construction required precise understanding of ice strength and formation patterns that could only be gained through extensive experience with polar travel conditions. The shelter construction methods that enabled survival during extended journeys along these migration routes included techniques for building temporary ice structures that could provide protection from storms and extreme cold while requiring minimal time and resources to construct. The emergency procedures that governed travel along these dangerous routes encompassed survival skills and cooperative protocols that ensured group safety while maintaining progress toward distant destinations. The trade relationships that these migration routes had made possible connected water tribe communities with each other and with settlements from other nations, creating economic networks that provided access to resources and manufactured goods that could not be produced in polar environments. The prosperity that resulted from this trade enabled cultural and technological development that would not have been possible for isolated communities struggling with subsistence, existence in harsh polar conditions. As climate changes and rising sea levels gradually claimed the magnificent cities that had represented the height of water tribe civilization, the populations that had created these architectural marvels were forced to adapt to surface existence that seemed primitive and limited compared to the sophisticated urban environments they had lost to the advancing waters. The knowledge and techniques that had made their underwater cities possible were preserved only in fragmentary form, passed down through oral traditions that could maintain general principles, but lost the specific details that would have enabled reconstruction of the engineering marvels that had once demonstrated water elements' full potential for creating human habitations that harmonized with, rather than fought against the natural forces that shaped polar environments. The survivors who established the northern and southern water tribe communities that would persist into recorded history carried with them memories and partial knowledge of the great cities beneath the ice, stories that became legends whose fantastic elements seemed too extraordinary to be literally true, but which preserved within their mythic framework genuine information about capabilities and achievements that later generations would struggle to understand or believe possible through applications of waterbending that they could no longer imagine or replicate. Beyond the spirit portals that connected the physical and spiritual realms through pathways known to scholars and avatar chronicles, there existed vast territories within the spirit world itself that had been sealed away, abandoned, or deliberately hidden during the cosmic reorganizations that followed each harmonic convergence, leaving entire dimensions of spiritual reality inaccessible to both human consciousness and the spirits who had once inhabited regions that now existed only as distant memories preserved in the oldest and most fragmentary of spiritual records. These lost realms contained knowledge, entities, and possibilities that had been integral to the world's spiritual ecosystem before catastrophic events or deliberate interventions had severed their connections to the active dimensions where spirits and humans could still interact, according to patterns that had been established during the earliest periods of cosmic development. The Twilight Provinces had once served as transitional zones where newly deceased human souls could adapt gradually to spiritual existence before proceeding to whatever destinations awaited them in the deeper mysteries of post-mortal consciousness. Their landscapes designed to provide familiar environments that eased the psychological shock of death, while offering education in the fundamental principles that governed spiritual reality. These provinces had been populated by guides and teachers whose wisdom had been accumulated through eons of experience with the process of consciousness transition. Beings who understood the delicate balance between preserving continuity of individual identity and facilitating the expansion of awareness that spiritual existence required. The architecture of these twilight realms had been crafted to respond to the emotional and psychological needs of transitioning souls, creating environments that could manifest as peaceful forests, comfortable homes, or familiar cityscapes, according to what each individual consciousness required for maintaining stability during the profound adjustments that spiritual existence demanded. The flexibility of these responsive landscapes had enabled personalized guidance that took into account cultural backgrounds, individual personalities, and specific circumstances of death that influenced how each soul approached the challenges of adapting to forms of existence that transcended normal human categories of experience. The teachers who had served in these provinces possessed understanding of human psychology that exceeded anything available to mortal practitioners, their knowledge encompassing not just the surface thoughts and emotions that characterized normal human awareness, but the deeper patterns of consciousness that persisted beyond physical death, while requiring careful nurturing and development to achieve the full potential that spiritual existence offered. The curriculum that these guides had developed for newly arrived souls included instruction in spiritual navigation, energy manipulation, and the fundamental principles that governed interaction between different forms of consciousness operating at various levels of spiritual development. The libraries that had preserved the accumulated wisdom of countless human lifetimes contained records of every significant insight, creative achievement, and moral development that had occurred throughout human history, creating archives that could provide guidance and inspiration for souls seeking to understand the broader meaning and purpose of their individual existences. The knowledge stored in these spiritual repositories exceeded anything that physical libraries could contain, encompassing not just written information but direct transmission of experience and understanding that could be absorbed instantaneously by consciousness, prepared for receiving such comprehensive education. The Forgotten Gardens of First Growth had been cultivated during the earliest periods of spirit world development, their landscapes representing the original templates from which all physical plant life had eventually evolved through processes that combined spiritual creativity with natural selection, operating across dimensions that bridged the gap between pure consciousness and material manifestation. These gardens contained species of spiritual flora that had never existed in physical form, plants whose growth patterns and reproductive cycles followed principles that transcended normal biological limitations, while demonstrating possibilities for life that physical evolution had never explored or achieved. The gardeners who had tended these primordial landscapes possessed understanding of how consciousness could shape matter through focused intention combined with harmony with cosmic forces that governed growth and development throughout all levels of reality. Their techniques for cultivating spiritual plants had enabled creation of species whose properties could nourish consciousness directly, providing spiritual sustenance that enhanced awareness and capability, while promoting development that aligned individual consciousness with universal principles that guided cosmic evolution. The fruits that grew in these forgotten gardens possessed nutritional properties that affected spiritual rather than physical health. Their consumption, enabling expanded perception, enhanced memory, and deeper understanding of the interconnections that linked all forms of consciousness throughout the cosmic system. The knowledge required for properly harvesting and preparing these spiritual foods had been transmitted only through direct experience, creating educational processes that required students to develop sufficient sensitivity and wisdom to recognize when they were ready for receiving nourishment that could transform their fundamental nature. The meditation groves that had been established throughout these gardens provided environments that enhanced spiritual practice through natural resonances that synchronized individual consciousness with cosmic rhythms that governed spiritual development throughout the universe. The trees and plants that comprised these groves had been specifically cultivated for their ability to amplify spiritual energy while filtering out distractions that could interfere with the deep contemplative states required for advanced spiritual practice and direct communion with universal consciousness. The sealed realms of elemental purity had been created as repositories for the essential spiritual templates that defined fire, water, earth, and air in their most refined and concentrated forms, dimensions where these elements existed without the modifications and limitations that physical manifestation imposed upon their expression. These realms had served as sources for the spiritual energy that animated all physical elemental phenomena, while providing environments where advanced spiritual beings could study and develop mastery of elemental forces that exceeded anything that physical bending could achieve. The fire sanctuary had contained flames that burned without consuming, heat that could warm consciousness without affecting matter, and light that could illuminate spiritual darkness, while revealing truths that remained invisible to normal perception. The entities who had inhabited this realm possessed understanding of fire's spiritual nature that enabled them to demonstrate applications that transcended destruction and utility to encompass purification, transformation, and illumination that could affect consciousness directly without requiring physical intermediation. The water preserve had showcased flows and currents that responded to emotional states and spiritual intentions, liquid that could carry messages across infinite distances, while maintaining perfect clarity and purity, regardless of what contamination it encountered during its journeys. The spiritual beings who had mastered these pristine waters could demonstrate healing applications that repaired spiritual damage, cleansing techniques that removed psychological trauma, and communication methods that enabled direct consciousness to consciousness contact across any distance or dimensional barrier. The Earth repository had displayed stones and crystals that could store spiritual energy indefinitely while growing and developing, according to patterns that reflected the consciousness that had shaped their formation. The mineral consciousness that inhabited this realm had possessed understanding of how matter could serve as foundation for spiritual development, while providing stability and strength that enabled consciousness to undertake explorations and transformations that would otherwise be impossible due to lack of proper grounding and support. The Air Archive had preserved winds and atmospheric conditions that could carry consciousness beyond normal limitations of space and time, while maintaining connection to individual identity that prevented permanent dissolution into cosmic forces that could overwhelm unprepared awareness. The aerial spirits who had guided development in this realm had demonstrated flight techniques that enabled travel through dimensions and consciousness, states that transcended normal categories of movement and location. The vanished cities of hybrid consciousness had been established by beings whose nature combined human and spirit characteristics in ways that created entirely new forms of awareness and capability. Settlements where these hybrid entities had developed cultures and technologies that exceeded anything that purely human or purely spiritual consciousness could achieve independently. The inhabitants of these cities had possessed abilities that enabled them to function simultaneously in physical and spiritual realms, while maintaining coherent identity and purpose that served both dimensions of reality. The architecture of these hybrid settlements had incorporated principles that enabled buildings and infrastructure to exist simultaneously in multiple dimensions, creating living spaces that could be accessed from both physical and spiritual realms, while providing all the amenities and capabilities that either form of consciousness might require. The construction techniques that made such architecture possible had required understanding of how consciousness could shape matter across dimensional boundaries, while maintaining structural integrity that served practical needs. The educational institutions that had served these hybrid communities had developed curricula that prepared students for existence that transcended normal limitations of either human or spiritual consciousness. Instruction that encompassed abilities and knowledge that could only be fully utilized by beings whose nature combined characteristics from both realms of existence. The graduation requirements for these advanced educational programs had included demonstration of capabilities that enabled independent navigation of dimensional boundaries while maintaining psychological stability and moral integrity. The research facilities that these hybrid beings had established had conducted investigations into the fundamental nature of consciousness itself, exploring questions about identity, continuity, and development that could only be addressed by entities whose personal experience encompassed multiple forms of awareness and existence. The discoveries that resulted from this research had implications for understanding the ultimate potential of consciousness development throughout the cosmic system. The lost libraries of universal memory had been established as repositories for knowledge and experience that transcended the limitations of individual consciousness, archives that contained comprehensive records of every thought, emotion, and insight that had ever occurred throughout the history of conscious development in all its forms and manifestations. These libraries had been accessible only to consciousness that had achieved sufficient development to process information of such scope and intensity without being overwhelmed by exposure to the full range of experience that universal awareness encompassed. The cataloging systems that organized these vast archives had been based on principles that connected related experiences and insights across all forms of consciousness and all periods of development, creating networks of association that enabled researchers to access relevant information regardless of when, where, or by whom it had originally been generated. The search techniques required for navigating these comprehensive databases had involved methods that combined analytical capability with intuitive understanding that could recognize patterns and relationships operating across scales of time and complexity that exceeded normal cognitive capacity. The preservation methods that maintained the integrity of these universal records had encompassed techniques for storing not just factual information, but the complete experiential context that gave meaning and significance to knowledge that might otherwise seem abstract or irrelevant to consciousness seeking guidance for practical applications. The storage media employed in these libraries had been forms of crystallized consciousness that could maintain perfect fidelity while remaining accessible to qualified researchers for indefinite periods. The ancient battlefields where cosmic forces clashed had been locations where conflicts between fundamental principles of reality had been resolved through confrontations that reshaped the basic structure of spiritual existence while establishing precedents that continued to influence how different forms of consciousness could interact throughout the cosmic system. These battlefields had been sealed after the conflicts they hosted had created damage that required eons of healing while generating energies that remained too dangerous for normal consciousness to encounter without extensive preparation and protection. The weapons that had been employed in these cosmic conflicts had been forged from principles and forces rather than conventional matter or energy, armaments that could affect the fundamental nature of reality itself while creating changes that would influence development throughout multiple dimensions and time periods. The knowledge required for creating and using such weapons had been too dangerous for preservation in any form that could be accessed by consciousness, lacking the wisdom and moral development necessary for handling power that could reshape cosmic order. The casualties of these ancient conflicts had included entire categories of spiritual beings whose nature and capabilities had been so completely altered by their involvement in cosmic warfare that they could no longer exist in forms that normal consciousness could recognize or interact with safely. The rehabilitation techniques that had been developed for treating victims of cosmic conflict had required resources and capabilities that exceeded anything available through conventional healing methods while addressing damage that affected fundamental aspects of identity and existence. The peace treaties that had concluded these cosmic conflicts had established boundaries and protocols that continued to govern interaction between different levels of spiritual reality while creating buffer zones and neutral territories where consciousness could exist without being affected by the ongoing tensions that remained unresolved from conflicts whose consequences continued to influence cosmic development. The enforcement mechanisms that maintained these treaties had required constant vigilance from entities whose responsibilities encompassed maintaining stability throughout dimensions that most consciousness never suspected existed. The sanctuary realms for endangered spirits had been established as refuges for forms of consciousness that were threatened with extinction due to changes in cosmic conditions or conflicts that made their normal habitats unsuitable for continued existence. These sanctuaries had provided protected environments where endangered spiritual beings could maintain their essential nature while adapting to changed circumstances that required development of new capabilities and approaches to survival and continued growth. The conservation programs that operated within these sanctuary realms had included efforts to preserve not just individual spiritual beings but entire categories of consciousness that were becoming increasingly rare due to evolutionary pressures and cosmic developments that favored different approaches to awareness and existence. The breeding programs designed to maintain genetic and spiritual diversity had required understanding of how consciousness could reproduce and develop while maintaining characteristics that were essential for preserving unique contributions to cosmic development. The rehabilitation services that these sanctuaries provided had encompassed treatment for spiritual beings who had been damaged by exposure to incompatible forms of consciousness or harmful environmental conditions, therapy that addressed both psychological trauma and fundamental alterations in spiritual structure that required careful reconstruction, using techniques that preserved essential identity while enabling adaptation to changed circumstances. The forbidden archives of dangerous knowledge had been sealed away due to their contents being deemed too hazardous for access by any consciousness that lacked the wisdom and moral development necessary for handling information that could be used to cause irreparable damage to cosmic order and development. These archives had contained detailed instructions for techniques and technologies that could alter fundamental aspects of reality while providing power that could be devastating if misused by consciousness, lacking proper guidance and constraint. The security systems that protected these dangerous archives had incorporated multiple levels of screening and evaluation that assessed not just the capabilities of potential researchers, but their motivations, psychological stability, and moral development to ensure that access was granted only to consciousness that could be trusted with knowledge that could affect the welfare of entire cosmic systems. The clearance procedures required for gaining access to different levels of restricted information had involved examination processes that could require lifetimes to complete, while testing every aspect of character and capability that might influence how dangerous knowledge would be applied. The research that had been conducted using these restricted materials had produced insights and innovations that could have revolutionized cosmic development, while also creating possibilities for destruction and corruption that made the knowledge too dangerous for general distribution. The results of this research had been further classified and restricted to prevent the emergence of threats that could destabilize or destroy the delicate balance that maintained cosmic order and enabled continued consciousness development throughout the universal system. As the spirit world gradually adapted to changes created by avatar interventions and cosmic evolution that altered the fundamental conditions governing spiritual existence, these lost realms remained inaccessible, but not necessarily permanently sealed. Their restoration, awaiting future developments in consciousness and cosmic order that might eventually create conditions suitable for safely reopening dimensions that contained wisdom and possibilities too profound and dangerous for current levels of spiritual development to handle responsibly. Treasures of knowledge that waited in patient darkness for consciousness mature enough to receive their gifts without being destroyed by exposure to truths that exceeded the capacity of unprepared awareness to integrate and apply constructively. Before the 100-Year War cast its shadow across the world and defined the shape of international conflict for generations to come, there stretched centuries of smaller wars and forgotten conflicts whose outcomes had established the territorial boundaries, cultural identities, and political structures that would make the Fire Nation's systematic campaign of conquest both possible and devastating in its scope and effectiveness. These earlier wars had been fought not between clearly defined nation-states pursuing coherent imperial policies, but between shifting alliances of tribal groups, city-states, and regional powers whose motivations and methods bore little resemblance to the organized militarism that would characterize the Great War that overshadowed all previous conflicts in both scale and historical memory. The First Water Tribe Civil War had erupted during an era when the distinction between northern and southern water tribes represented cultural preference rather than rigid political division. the conflict beginning over disputes about spiritual practices and leadership succession that escalated into comprehensive warfare when diplomatic solutions failed to resolve fundamental disagreements about how water tribe society should adapt to changing environmental conditions and external pressures from neighboring peoples who were developing increasingly sophisticated military capabilities and territorial ambitions. The spiritual crisis that precipitated this ancient conflict had centered around competing interpretations of traditional water tribe ceremonies and their relationship to the ocean spirits, who were believed to govern tidal patterns, weather systems, and the migrations of sea creatures upon which water tribe survival depended. One faction maintained that established rituals should be preserved in their original forms regardless of changing circumstances, while their opponents argued that spiritual practices needed to evolve in response to new challenges and opportunities that required innovative approaches to maintaining harmony with forces that were themselves adapting to cosmic changes beyond human understanding or control. The leadership disputes that transformed philosophical disagreements into armed conflict involved competing claims about who possessed legitimate authority to interpret sacred traditions and make binding decisions about water tribe, spiritual practices, territorial boundaries, and relationships with other peoples, whose presence in polar regions was becoming increasingly common as global population growth and technological development enabled survival in environments that had previously been inaccessible to most human communities. The succession crisis that triggered open warfare had involved multiple claimants whose hereditary and spiritual qualifications were equally valid according to different interpretations of traditional law and custom. The military innovations that emerged during this extended conflict had included development of ice-based fortifications that could be constructed rapidly using water-bending techniques while providing defensive capabilities that exceeded anything achievable through conventional engineering, weapon systems that utilized compressed ice and snow as projectiles with devastating effectiveness against opponents who lacked similar capabilities, and tactical approaches that took advantage of water tribe mobility on ice and water to create strategic advantages that could offset numerical disadvantages when facing larger enemy forces. The naval warfare that characterized much of this conflict had featured vessels constructed entirely from ice that had been hardened and shaped through advanced water-bending applications, creating fleets that could be built quickly using available materials while possessing speed and maneuverability that exceeded anything achievable through conventional shipbuilding techniques. The captains who commanded these ice ships had developed navigation methods that enabled rapid travel through polar waters by following current patterns and wind systems that could only be detected through spiritual connection to ocean forces. The environmental manipulation that both sides employed during the later phases of this civil war had included attempts to alter weather patterns and ice formation throughout the polar regions, creating artificial storms and redirecting ocean currents to gain strategic advantages while inflicting maximum disruption on enemy territories and supply lines. The techniques required for such large-scale environmental intervention had pushed water-bending capabilities beyond their normal limitations, while creating ecological damage that required generations to heal and left permanent alterations in polar geography that continued to influence water, tribe settlement patterns, and migration routes. The peace negotiations that eventually ended this devastating conflict had established the fundamental distinctions between northern and southern water tribe territories and cultures that would persist throughout subsequent history, creating separate political entities with different approaches to governance, spiritual practice, and relationships with external peoples. The treaty provisions that formalized this division had included detailed protocols for managing shared resources, coordinating responses to external threats, and maintaining cultural exchanges that preserved common water tribe heritage, while acknowledging the practical necessity of separate development paths. The Earth Kingdom succession wars had consumed decades of the continent's history during a period when the concept of unified Earth Kingdom authority existed more as theoretical ideal than practical reality. The conflicts arising from competing dynasties whose claims to legitimate rulership were based on different interpretations of ancient law, spiritual mandate, and military capability that could not be resolved through peaceful negotiation or arbitration by neutral authorities who possessed sufficient credibility and power to enforce their decisions. The Ba Sing Se dynasty had based their claims on historical precedent and cultural continuity, arguing that their family's long residence in what would become the Earth Kingdom's capital city provided them with deeper understanding of earthbending traditions and administrative requirements necessary for governing populations whose lives were shaped by agricultural cycles, mineral extraction, and the complex relationships between human settlements and geological forces that determined where cities could be built and how long they could be sustained through natural and artificial resource management. The Jailing Confederation had countered with arguments based on military effectiveness and territorial control, demonstrating their capacity to maintain order and provide security throughout regions where their authority was recognized, while challenging their opponents to prove similar capabilities in areas where theoretical claims had not been validated through practical demonstration of governmental competence. Their military forces had incorporated innovative earthbending techniques that enabled rapid construction of fortifications and siege weapons, while providing mobility advantages that allowed them to respond quickly to threats, opportunities throughout their expanding sphere of influence. The Western Mountain tribes had rejected both competing claims while asserting their own rights to independence based on cultural distinctiveness and geographic isolation that made them unsuitable for incorporation into political structures designed for governing agricultural populations whose needs and priorities differed fundamentally from those of mountain communities whose survival depended on mining, herding, and limited farming in environments that required specialized knowledge and techniques not available to lowland administrators. The siege warfare that characterized much of these succession conflicts had featured engineering innovations that combined earthbending with conventional military technology to create siege engines and defensive installations whose capabilities exceeded anything previously seen. In organized warfare, massive catapults that could hurl boulders across impossible distances while maintaining accuracy that enabled precision targeting of specific buildings or fortifications, and underground assault tunnels that could bypass surface defenses, while providing protected approaches that enabled surprise attacks against apparently impregnable positions. The economic warfare that accompanied military campaigns had included systematic destruction of agricultural systems, disruption of trade routes, and deliberate targeting of infrastructure, whose reconstruction would require years of effort and massive resource allocation that would weaken enemy capacity for continued resistance. The scorched earth tactics that some factions employed had created environmental damage that required decades to repair while establishing precedents for total warfare that would influence Earth Kingdom military doctrine throughout subsequent history. The diplomatic maneuvering that attempted to resolve these conflicts through negotiated settlements had involved complex alliance systems that connected Earth Kingdom factions with external powers whose interests were affected by the quarting outcome of succession disputes, creating opportunities for foreign intervention that complicated what had begun as internal Earth Kingdom conflicts. The Fire Nation merchants who provided weapons and supplies to various factions had gained influence and intelligence that would prove valuable during their later imperial expansion, while Water Tribe leaders had established relationships that would affect their response to subsequent Fire Nation aggression. The early Fire Nation expansion wars had been conducted during periods when Fire Nation society was still developing the institutional structures and ideological frameworks that would enable the systematic conquest campaigns of later centuries. Their conflicts characterized more by opportunistic raiding and territorial competition than by comprehensive strategic planning aimed at permanent occupation and cultural transformation of conquered territories. The Southern Island campaigns had represented Fire Nation attempts to extend their influence over island chains, whose strategic locations provided control over important shipping routes, while their populations possessed resources and capabilities that Fire Nation leadership considered valuable for their developing economy and military capabilities. The naval warfare that characterized these campaigns had featured early experiments with the coal-powered vessels that would eventually revolutionize Fire Nation military technology, while testing tactical approaches that would be refined and expanded during later conquest campaigns. The resistance movements that emerged among island populations targeted by Fire Nation expansion had developed guerrilla warfare techniques that took advantage of their intimate knowledge of local geography and weather patterns to offset Fire Nation advantages in technology and organized military training. The island fighters had utilized volcanic terrain and ocean conditions to create defensive positions that could be maintained by smaller forces while inflicting casualties on invasion forces whose size and equipment made them vulnerable to tactics designed for environments where conventional military formations could not operate effectively. The cultural integration experiments that Fire Nation administrators had attempted in successfully occupied territories had tested different approaches to governing populations whose traditions and values differed significantly from Fire Nation norms, creating laboratories for colonial policies that would be applied on larger scales during later expansion campaigns. The successes and failures of these early integration efforts had provided lessons about the relationship between cultural suppression and political stability that would influence Fire Nation imperial strategy throughout the 100-Year War. The Earth Kingdom response wars had been triggered by recognition that Fire Nation territorial ambitions threatened Earth Kingdom security and economic interests, leading to preemptive campaigns designed to limit Fire Nation expansion before it could gain sufficient momentum to become unstoppable through conventional military resistance. The Earth Kingdom forces that conducted these campaigns had possessed advantages in numbers and earthbending capability that were offset by Fire Nation mobility and technological innovation that enabled them to avoid decisive battles while inflicting cumulative damage through raids and strategic strikes. The alliance-building efforts that accompanied these early Earth Kingdom campaigns had attempted to create coordinated resistance involving water tribes and air nomads, whose territories were also threatened by Fire Nation expansion. Diplomatic initiatives that had achieved limited success due to cultural differences and geographic separation that made sustained cooperation difficult to maintain, despite shared interest in preventing Fire Nation dominance. The treaty negotiations that had concluded various phases of these early expansion conflicts had established patterns of diplomacy and territorial agreement that would influence subsequent international relations, while creating precedents for the kinds of concessions and guarantees that would be demanded during later peace negotiations. The failure of these treaties to prevent resumed conflict had demonstrated the limitations of diplomatic solutions when underlying causes of tension remained unresolved. The Northern Water Tribe maritime wars had begun as disputes over fishing rights and trading territories, but had escalated into comprehensive conflicts when population growth and climate changes had made traditional resource allocation agreements inadequate for meeting the needs of communities, whose survival depended on access to ocean resources that were becoming increasingly scarce due to overfishing and environmental alterations that affected marine ecosystems throughout polar regions. The whaling conflicts that had provided the immediate trigger for these wars had involved competing claims about hunting territories and sustainable harvest levels that balanced immediate community needs against long-term conservation, requirements that would ensure continued availability of marine resources for future generations. The water tribe communities that depended on whaling had developed different approaches to managing whale populations. While their disagreements about optimal hunting practices had created tensions that diplomatic mediation had proven unable to resolve satisfactorily, the ice territory disputes that had complicated whaling conflicts had involved questions about seasonal access rights to ice fields that provided platforms for hunting operations, while serving as highways for transportation between widely scattered settlements. The claims and counterclaims about traditional use patterns had been difficult to resolve through normal legal processes due to climate variations that altered ice formation patterns, while population movements had created new requirements that existing territorial agreements had not anticipated. The naval technology development that had resulted from these maritime conflicts had produced innovations in ice ship construction and navigation techniques that enhanced water tribe capabilities for ocean travel and warfare, while creating competitive advantages that influenced the balance of power between different water tribe communities. The knowledge gained through these conflicts had prepared Northern Water Tribe forces for the defensive campaigns they would later conduct against Fire Nation invasion attempts. The air nomad territorial conflicts had been rare and brief due to air nomad cultural preferences for negotiation and compromise over military confrontation. But when they occurred, they had demonstrated the devastating effectiveness of airbending in warfare, while revealing the practical limitations that air nomad spiritual values imposed on their willingness to employ their full capabilities against opponents who lacked similar restraints about causing harm to enemy forces. The sky bison poaching wars had erupted when other nations had attempted to capture sky bison for their own use, creating conflicts that threatened both air nomad transportation capabilities and the spiritual relationships that connected air nomad communities to their flying companions. The response to these poaching attempts had been swift and decisive, demonstrating air nomad military capabilities, while establishing clear boundaries about what kinds of aggression would provoke normally peaceful communities to employ force in defense of their essential interests. The temple territory disputes had involved attempts by other nations to claim lands surrounding air nomad temples for resource extraction or strategic positioning that would provide military advantages during regional conflicts. The air nomad response to these territorial challenges had emphasized diplomatic solutions while making clear that direct threats to their sacred sites would be met with force sufficient to ensure that such aggression would not be profitable for potential invaders. As these forgotten wars concluded and their lessons were absorbed into the military traditions and diplomatic practices of the emerging nations, the foundations were laid for the greater conflict that would eventually consume the world in warfare, whose scale and intensity exceeded anything that earlier generations had imagined possible through human ambition and technological capability. The alliances, resentments, tactical innovations, and strategic insights that had emerged from these smaller conflicts would shape every aspect of the 100-Year War, while the failure to resolve underlying tensions through peaceful means had demonstrated the inadequacy of existing international institutions for preventing conflicts whose consequences would affect generations yet to be born. Throughout the millennia of human development and elemental mastery, there existed bending disciplines and applications that had flourished during specific historical periods, only to vanish when the circumstances that had made them necessary or possible disappeared, their knowledge dying with the masters who had perfected them, while the changing needs of human civilization rendered their specialized techniques obsolete or inappropriate for the social and spiritual conditions that replaced the Bakin, environments in which these lost arts had originally thrived. These forgotten forms of bending represented evolutionary branches in the development of elemental mastery that had been abandoned, not because they were ineffective, but because they required resources, training conditions, or philosophical frameworks that later generations could no longer provide or maintain. The art of memory bending had been developed by early airbenders who possessed understanding of how air currents could carry and preserve information. Their techniques enabling the creation of atmospheric archives that stored knowledge in patterns of wind and pressure that could be decoded by practitioners trained in the precise breathing methods and spiritual states required for accessing these invisible libraries. The masters who perfected this discipline could encode entire libraries worth of information in carefully structured air currents that would persist for decades if properly maintained, creating knowledge preservation systems that were completely immune to fire, flood, or physical destruction, while remaining accessible only to those who possessed the specific skills needed for retrieving the stored information. The breathing techniques required for memory bending involved synchronization of respiratory patterns with atmospheric conditions that existed only during specific weather systems and seasonal transitions, creating opportunities for information, storage, and retrieval that occurred according to natural cycles rather than human convenience or immediate need. The practitioners who mastered these techniques could read knowledge that had been stored in air currents by previous masters, while adding their own contributions to atmospheric archives that grew more comprehensive and valuable with each generation of memory benders, who added to their accumulated wisdom. The decline of memory bending had occurred gradually as the air nomads developed written texts and institutional libraries that provided more reliable and convenient access to preserved knowledge, while the spiritual discipline required for atmospheric memory work became increasingly difficult to maintain. As air nomad society grew more complex and the isolation necessary for advanced practice became harder to achieve, the final masters of memory bending had attempted to preserve their techniques by encoding them in the wind patterns around the air temples. But their efforts had been interrupted by the genocide that eliminated their lineage before complete transmission to successor generations could be accomplished. The art of liquid healing had represented the most advanced applications of water bending for medical treatment, techniques that could manipulate the fluid content of living tissues with precision that enabled repair of damage at the cellular level, while purging toxins and infections through processes that exceeded anything achievable through conventional medicine or the simplified healing methods that later waterbending traditions would preserve. The practitioners of liquid healing possessed understanding of human physiology that encompassed not just the circulatory and lymphatic systems, but the subtle fluid dynamics that governed neural function, hormonal regulation, and the spiritual energies that animated physical life. The diagnostic capabilities that liquid healing masters had developed enabled them to detect illnesses and injuries through examination of how water moved through patients' bodies. Their sensitivity to fluid dynamics, providing information about internal conditions that could not be assessed through external observation or conventional medical examination. The treatment protocols that followed these diagnoses involved manipulation of water flow patterns within living tissues, techniques that could accelerate natural healing processes while removing obstacles to recovery that conventional medicine could not address effectively. The philosophical foundations that supported liquid healing practice emphasized water's role as the medium through which life energy flowed throughout living systems, requiring practitioners to develop spiritual understanding that connected individual consciousness to the universal forces that sustained all biological processes. The meditation techniques required for achieving the necessary sensitivity and control had demanded decades of training that combined physical discipline with spiritual development, creating educational requirements that became increasingly difficult to fulfill. As Water Tribe society faced external pressures that diverted attention and resources from advanced spiritual practice, the loss of liquid healing knowledge had occurred during the series of raids and conflicts that had disrupted Water Tribe educational institutions while eliminating many of the master healers whose wisdom had been preserved only through direct transmission from teacher to student. The simplified healing techniques that survived these disruptions retained enough effectiveness to serve basic medical needs, but lacked the sophisticated applications that had made liquid healing masters capable of treating conditions that seemed miraculous to practitioners of conventional medicine. The art of stone singing had enabled earthbenders to communicate with the consciousness that some masters believed existed within geological formations, their techniques creating harmonic vibrations that could influence crystal growth, modify mineral properties, and establish telepathic connections with the planetary awareness that governed geological processes. The practitioners of stone singing possessed understanding of how sound waves could affect matter at the molecular level, while their spiritual development enabled them to perceive the subtle consciousness that animated apparently inert materials. The construction applications of stone singing had produced architectural achievements that exceeded anything that conventional earthbending could accomplish. Buildings whose stones had been persuaded rather than forced into position while their structural integrity was maintained through harmonic relationships that created self-reinforcing stability. The monuments and temples created through stone singing techniques had possessed acoustic properties that enhanced spiritual practice, while their geometric arrangements had generated resonance patterns that could affect human consciousness in ways that promoted meditation and spiritual development. The mining techniques that stone singing masters had developed could extract valuable minerals from earth and rock without the environmental damage that conventional methods inevitably caused, their harmonic approaches persuading valuable materials to separate themselves from surrounding matrix while leaving ecosystems undisturbed. The metals and gems obtained through stone singing possessed properties that exceeded those of similar materials extracted through conventional mining, their crystalline structures having been refined through harmonic treatment that enhanced both their beauty and their practical applications. The decline of stone singing had resulted from increasing emphasis on rapid construction and efficient resource extraction that made the time-intensive methods of harmonic earthbending seem impractical compared to conventional approaches that could achieve immediate results without requiring the spiritual development and acoustic sensitivity that stone singing demanded. The industrial applications that came to dominate earthbending practice had no patience for techniques that required negotiation with geological consciousness or careful attention to harmonic relationships between human intention and natural processes. The art of solar dancing had represented the highest development of fire-bending applications that drew energy directly from celestial sources rather than relying on internal generation of flames through physical and spiritual discipline. The masters of solar dancing could perform during daylight hours with capabilities that exceeded anything that conventional firebenders could achieve even under optimal conditions, their techniques enabling manipulation of sunlight itself rather than simple creation and control of combustion-based flames. The healing applications of solar dancing had utilized concentrated sunlight to purify infected wounds, accelerate tissue regeneration, and provide energy that could restore vitality to patients whose conditions had exhausted their natural healing capabilities. The therapeutic protocols developed by solar dancing masters could address ailments that were beyond the reach of conventional medicine, while their techniques for purifying water and food through controlled solar exposure had provided communities with resources that exceeded normal standards for nutrition and safety. The agricultural applications of solar dancing had enabled enhancement of crop growth and soil fertility through precise manipulation of the solar energy that powered photosynthesis and the chemical processes that maintained agricultural productivity. The farming techniques developed through collaboration between solar dancing masters and agricultural specialists could produce yields that exceeded normal expectations while improving soil conditions and plant health in ways that created sustainable agricultural systems. The decline of solar dancing had occurred during periods when political and military applications of firebending began to dominate Fire Nation culture, creating emphasis on techniques that were effective in combat situations, rather than the peaceful applications that had characterized solar dancing practice. The spiritual discipline required for solar dancing had been considered impractical for military training, while the philosophical frameworks that supported peaceful firebending applications had been seen as inconsistent with the aggressive nationalism that would eventually dominate Fire Nation. Ideology. The art of pressure weaving had enabled airbenders to manipulate atmospheric pressure with precision that could create environments suitable for specific purposes, their techniques producing controlled weather systems and atmospheric conditions that could be maintained indefinitely through careful management of air density and circulation patterns. The masters of pressure weaving possessed understanding of meteorology that exceeded anything that conventional science could achieve, their spiritual connection to atmospheric forces enabling them to perceive and influence weather patterns on scales that ranged from local microclimates to continental weather systems. The architectural applications of pressure weaving had produced buildings that could maintain optimal atmospheric conditions regardless of external weather, while their structural support was provided entirely through controlled air pressure rather than conventional materials. The communities that lived in these atmospheric structures had enjoyed environmental conditions that promoted health and comfort, while their construction methods left no permanent impact on the landscapes where they had been established. The transportation applications of pressure weaving had enabled creation of wind currents that could carry passengers and cargo across vast distances without requiring sky bison or other conventional transportation methods, their techniques producing controlled atmospheric flows that provided safe and efficient travel while requiring no fuel or mechanical equipment. The navigation systems developed by pressure weaving masters could create precise routes through atmospheric conditions, while their weather modification capabilities could ensure favorable conditions for extended journeys. The military applications of pressure weaving had included techniques for creating atmospheric barriers that could deflect projectiles and energy attacks, while generating controlled weather systems that could provide tactical advantages during conflicts. The defensive capabilities that pressure weaving could provide had been formidable, but their effectiveness had required spiritual development and philosophical commitment that was inconsistent with the aggressive mindset that conventional military training attempted to develop in combat-oriented airbenders. The art of thermal regulation had combined firebending and airbending principles to create environmental control systems that could maintain optimal temperature and humidity conditions for specific purposes. Techniques that required cooperation between practitioners from different elemental disciplines, while their combined abilities exceeded anything that either could achieve independently. The masters who developed thermal regulation understood how heat transfer and air circulation could be coordinated to create precisely controlled environments, while their spiritual development enabled them to work together across elemental boundaries. The preservation applications of thermal regulation had enabled storage of food and other perishable materials under conditions that could maintain freshness and nutritional value indefinitely while preventing spoilage and contamination, that conventional preservation methods could not eliminate completely. The storage facilities created through thermal regulation techniques could maintain optimal conditions for different types of materials simultaneously while requiring no external energy sources or mechanical equipment to sustain their operation. The healing applications of thermal regulation had provided therapeutic environments that could address medical conditions requiring specific temperature and humidity conditions, while their precise control enabled treatment of ailments that were sensitive to environmental variations. The medical facilities created through thermal regulation techniques could provide recovery environments that accelerated healing while preventing infections and complications that conventional medical facilities could not eliminate completely. The art of resonance healing had combined water-bending and earth-bending techniques to create therapeutic applications that could address both physical and spiritual ailments through harmonic treatments that synchronized healing energy with the natural frequencies that governed biological and psychological health. The practitioners who mastered resonance healing understood how sound, vibration, and fluid dynamics could work together to restore balance and promote recovery, while their combined techniques exceeded the capabilities of either discipline practiced independently. The diagnostic applications of resonance healing could detect imbalances and dysfunction through analysis of how patients' bodies responded to specific frequencies and vibrations, their assessment methods providing information about internal conditions that conventional examination could not reveal. The treatment protocols that followed these diagnoses utilized precisely calibrated combinations of sound, vibration, and controlled fluid movement to restore optimal function, while addressing underlying causes rather than merely treating symptoms. The psychological applications of resonance healing could address trauma and emotional dysfunction through therapeutic processes that work directly with the energetic patterns that governed mental and emotional health, techniques that could restore psychological balance while providing patients with enhanced resilience and capability for continued growth and development. The spiritual dimensions of resonance healing enabled treatment of conditions that affected the essential nature of consciousness itself, rather than merely addressing psychological symptoms or behavioral patterns. The art of elemental synthesis had represented the ultimate development of bending disciplines that transcended the traditional boundaries between different elements, enabling practitioners who had achieved mastery of multiple disciplines to combine their abilities in ways that produced effects that exceeded anything possible through single-element techniques. The masters who achieved elemental synthesis possessed understanding of the fundamental principles that unified all elemental forces, while their spiritual development enabled them to work with cosmic energies that operated beyond normal categories of elemental classification. The creation applications of elemental synthesis could produce materials and structures that possessed properties derived from multiple elements simultaneously, their techniques enabling construction of buildings, tools, and artistic works that exceeded anything achievable through conventional single-element approaches. The synthetic materials produced through elemental combination possessed characteristics that made them ideal for applications requiring specific properties that no single element could provide independently. The healing applications of elemental synthesis could address conditions that required treatment approaches utilizing multiple elemental principles simultaneously, their comprehensive methods providing therapeutic capabilities that exceeded anything available through conventional healing techniques limited to single-element applications. The practitioners who mastered synthetic healing could work with patients whose conditions required coordination between different elemental approaches, while their understanding of elemental unity enabled them to address underlying causes that single element healing could not reach. Effectively, as human civilization evolved and the demands of survival, warfare, and technological development shaped the priorities that determined which knowledge would be preserved and transmitted to future generations, these advanced bending arts were gradually abandoned in favor of simpler techniques that could be learned quickly and applied effectively without requiring the extensive spiritual development and philosophical understanding that the lost disciplines had demanded from their practitioners, leaving behind only fragmentary references and mysterious artifacts that hinted at capabilities that later benders would find difficult to believe had ever existed among human communities whose elemental mastery had once encompassed possibilities that transcended every limitation that their successors would consider fundamental and unchangeable aspects of bending practice. Throughout the vast expanse of history that connected the ancient dispersal from the lion-turtle cities to the emergence of the four great nations as distinct political and cultural entities, there existed peoples whose names were never recorded in the official chronicles, communities that flourished for centuries in the spaces between recognized territories while developing languages, customs, and ways of life that would vanish so completely that later scholars would find no trace of their existence, save for mysterious artifacts and architectural ruins, whose purposes and origins remained forever beyond the reach of conventional archaeological investigation and historical reconstruction. The wandering river folk had followed the seasonal patterns of great waterways that flowed between what would eventually become the borders of the Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation territories. Their entire civilization built around mobility and adaptation to the changing conditions that governed river systems during different climatic periods and geological epochs. These nomadic communities had developed boats and floating structures that could be quickly assembled and disassembled as their migrations required, creating temporary settlements that left no permanent mark on the landscapes they inhabited, while providing all the amenities and cultural richness that sedentary communities achieved through fixed architecture and established institutions. The river boats that served as homes, workshops, and ceremonial centers for these wandering peoples had been constructed using techniques that combined elements of both earthbending and waterbending in ways that created vessels capable of navigating shallow tributaries and deep channels with equal facility, while providing stable platforms for the crafts and industries that sustained their mobile economy. The knowledge required for building and maintaining these sophisticated rivercraft had been passed down through family lineages whose expertise encompassed not just construction techniques, but intimate understanding of river behavior, seasonal patterns, and the spiritual forces that governed freshwater ecosystems throughout multiple river systems. The trade networks that these river nomads had established connected communities across vast distances, while their knowledge of inland waterways enabled them to serve as intermediaries between settled populations whose territorial boundaries prevented direct contact and cooperation. The goods that traveled along these river trade routes included not just manufactured products and raw materials, but cultural knowledge, artistic techniques, and spiritual practices that enriched all the communities that participated in the economic and social exchanges that the river folk facilitated through their constant movement and their role as cultural bridges between otherwise isolated populations. The languages that these river communities had developed incorporated vocabulary and grammatical structures derived from all the major language families, while their unique additions reflected the specialized knowledge and cultural perspectives that emerged from life lived entirely on moving water. The linguistic innovations that river folk contributed to human communication included methods for encoding navigation information, weather prediction techniques, and spiritual concepts that could only be fully understood by people whose entire existence was shaped by intimate relationship with flowing water and seasonal change. The spiritual traditions that guided riverfolk society emphasized harmony with natural cycles and adaptation to changing conditions as fundamental principles for both individual development and community survival. Their religious practices focusing on rituals that could be performed while traveling, and ceremonies that connected participants to the spiritual forces that governed river systems and seasonal patterns. The philosophical frameworks that emerged from this mobile way of life provided insights into the relationship between permanence and change that influenced the thinking of settled communities whose contact with riverfolk exposed them to alternative approaches to understanding existence and meaning. The disappearance of the riverfolk had occurred gradually as the establishment of national boundaries and the development of territorial control systems made their traditional migration patterns increasingly difficult to maintain, while the communities they had connected through trade became increasingly self-sufficient and less dependent on the specialized services that mobile intermediaries had provided. The final generations of river nomads had been absorbed into settled communities or had retreated to remote tributaries where their traditional way of life could continue on reduced scales until environmental changes and political pressures made even these refuges unsuitable for continued occupation. The Sky Island dwellers had established communities on floating land masses that existed at altitudes above normal cloud formations, their settlements accessible only through airbending techniques, so advanced that their very existence remained unknown to surface-dwelling populations throughout most of their civilization's duration. These aerial communities had developed in complete isolation from earthbound political and cultural influences, while their unique environment had required innovations in architecture, agriculture, and social organization that bore no resemblance to anything that surface communities had ever attempted or imagined possible. The floating islands that supported these aerial civilizations had been created through unknown processes that combined spiritual forces with geological phenomena in ways that enabled stable platforms to exist at altitudes where atmospheric conditions should have made permanent human habitation impossible. The engineering principles that maintained these floating land masses involve manipulation of gravitational and atmospheric forces through methods that exceeded anything that conventional earthbending or airbending could accomplish, while their stability suggested spiritual or technological capabilities that surface civilizations had never developed. The architecture that these sky dwellers had developed utilized materials and construction techniques that took advantage of their unique environment while providing protection from atmospheric conditions that could be more severe than anything experienced at surface levels. The buildings that comprised their aerial cities had been designed to flex and move with air currents while maintaining structural integrity during storms and pressure changes that would have destroyed conventional construction. Their aesthetic principles, creating artistic achievements that combined functional necessity with beauty, that reflected their creators' intimate relationship with sky and cloud. The agricultural systems that sustained Sky Island communities had included cultivation techniques that could produce food crops in soilless environments, while their livestock management had involved domestication of flying creatures whose capabilities exceeded those of surface animals. The ecological balance that these aerial communities had achieved had demonstrated possibilities for sustainable living that operated according to principles completely different from those that governed surface agriculture and animal husbandry, while their food production methods had created abundance that exceeded what their small populations required for comfortable survival. The disappearance of Sky Island dwellers had been so complete that their existence was remembered only in fragments of mythology and folklore that most people dismissed as fantastic elaborations rather than distorted memories of actual communities whose achievements had exceeded anything that later civilizations would consider possible through human effort and ingenuity. The absence of physical remains or archaeological evidence had made their historical reality impossible to verify through conventional scholarly methods, while their technological and spiritual accomplishments had been too advanced for surface civilizations to understand or replicate, even if detailed information about their methods had been preserved. The Deep Cave peoples had established extensive underground civilizations in cavern systems that extended far beneath the surface territories of multiple nations, while remaining completely unknown to surface dwellers whose activities above had no influence on the complex societies that thrived in permanent darkness. These subterranean communities had developed cultural practices and technological capabilities that were specifically adapted to cave environments, while their isolation had enabled social experiments and philosophical developments that surface communities constrained by conventional assumptions about human nature and social organization had never attempted. The architectural achievements of cave peoples had included excavation and construction techniques that could create vast underground spaces without disturbing surface stability, while their engineering solutions had enabled ventilation, lighting, and waste management systems that supported large populations in environments that seemed completely unsuitable for human habitation. The knowledge required for these underground construction projects had encompassed geology, hydrology, and structural engineering that exceeded anything available to surface civilizations, while their aesthetic sensibilities had produced artistic environments that transformed natural cave formations into spaces of extraordinary beauty. The social organizations that cave peoples had developed had included governance systems that emphasized cooperation and consensus in ways that were necessary for survival in environments where individual conflict could threaten entire communities, while their educational institutions had produced innovations in knowledge, transmission, and cultural preservation that operated without written texts or permanent records. The psychological adaptations that enabled cave dwellers to thrive in permanent darkness had included development of enhanced sensory capabilities and social bonding methods that created community cohesion stronger than anything that surface societies had achieved. The spiritual traditions that guided cave civilizations had focused on practices that could operate in complete darkness while connecting practitioners to earth energies and geological forces that surface dwellers could never experience directly. The philosophical insights that emerged from life lived in permanent contact with planetary consciousness had provided understanding of geological timescales and earthly processes that influenced their approach to individual development and community planning in ways that created remarkable stability and continuity across generations. The economic systems that sustained cave communities had included resource management techniques that could create abundance from seemingly limited materials, while their trading relationships with surface communities had operated through intermediaries and indirect methods that preserved their secrecy while providing access to materials and knowledge that their underground environment could not supply. The craft specializations that cave peoples had developed had produced tools, artwork, and technological innovations that exceeded surface capabilities, while their unique perspective had enabled solutions to problems that surface communities had never successfully addressed. The Silent Ones had inhabited regions between national territories, where their presence was known but their nature remained mysterious to neighboring communities who encountered evidence of their activities without ever achieving direct contact or communication despite centuries of coexistence in adjacent areas. These enigmatic peoples had developed cultural practices that emphasized avoidance of outside contact, while their activities suggested technological and spiritual capabilities that exceeded those of conventional communities whose attempts to establish relationships had been consistently unsuccessful. The evidence of Silent One's presence had included architectural structures whose purposes remained unknown to outside observers, while their construction techniques had demonstrated mastery of materials and engineering principles that could not be understood or replicated by communities whose own building methods seemed primitive by comparison. The artistic elements incorporated into these mysterious structures had suggested aesthetic sensibilities and symbolic systems that operated according to principles that outside observers could not decode despite extensive study and analysis. The agricultural modifications that Silent Ones had made to landscapes in areas under their influence had produced improvements in soil fertility and water management that benefited neighboring communities, while the methods employed for these enhancements remained completely mysterious to surface dwellers who could observe their effects without understanding their causes. The ecological management that Silent Ones had practiced had created environmental conditions that supported greater biodiversity and stability than existed in areas beyond their influence, while their conservation techniques had prevented degradation that affected other regions. The technological artifacts that were occasionally discovered in areas where Silent Ones had been active had demonstrated capabilities that exceeded anything that conventional craftsmen could produce, while their purposes and operating principles remained incomprehensible to investigators whose technical knowledge was insufficient for understanding devices that incorporated principles beyond their comprehension. The materials used in these artifacts had possessed properties that could not be replicated through known metallurgy and manufacturing techniques, while their durability had exceeded anything that conventional materials could achieve. The disappearance of Silent Ones had been as mysterious as their presence had been enigmatic, leaving behind only the improvements they had made to landscapes and the artifacts whose functions remained unknown, while their influence on neighboring communities had created cultural modifications that persisted long after direct evidence of their presence had vanished. The legacy of their activities had included technological and agricultural innovations that had been adopted by surrounding populations without understanding of their origins or the principles that made them effective. The seasonal peoples had organized their entire civilization around migration patterns that followed climatic changes and resource availability throughout yearly cycles that took them through territories that would eventually be claimed by multiple nations. While their temporary presence in each region left minimal physical impact, despite the sophistication of their social organization and cultural achievements. These cyclical nomads had developed portable technologies and social institutions that could be maintained during constant movement, while providing all the benefits that sedentary communities achieved through permanent settlements and fixed infrastructure. The migration routes that seasonal peoples had followed had been established through centuries of observation and adaptation to environmental patterns that enabled them to arrive at each location during optimal conditions while avoiding areas during periods when climate or resource availability made occupancy difficult or dangerous. The navigation knowledge that guided these migrations had encompassed understanding of astronomical cycles, weather prediction, and ecological patterns that enabled precise timing of movements, while their route planning had taken into account political developments and territorial changes that could affect their access to traditional camping areas. The social structures that enabled seasonal peoples to maintain cultural continuity during constant relocation had included governance systems that could function without permanent institutional buildings, while their educational methods had preserved complex knowledge through oral transmission and practical demonstration that required no written records or fixed libraries. The family and community relationships that provided stability during migration had created bonds that were stronger than those typically found in sedentary communities where physical proximity could substitute for emotional connection. The technological innovations that seasonal peoples had developed had included portable equipment and temporary structures that could provide the functionality of permanent installations while requiring minimal time and resources for assembly and disassembly during each relocation. The craft specializations that their mobile lifestyle had necessitated had produced techniques for creating high-quality goods using materials that could be gathered during travel, while their trading relationships had provided access to specialized materials and finished products that their nomadic lifestyle prevented them from producing independently. The cultural traditions that seasonal peoples had maintained throughout their migrations had included artistic practices that could be performed without permanent spaces or large equipment, while their spiritual observances had connected them to the natural forces and seasonal cycles that governed their movements. The philosophical perspectives that emerged from life, lived in constant relationship with changing environments, had provided insights into adaptation, impermanence, and the relationship between human consciousness and natural processes that influenced communities whose contact with seasonal peoples had exposed them to alternative approaches to understanding existence and meaning. The festival nations had existed only during specific times of year, when communities from various regions would gather at predetermined locations to engage in elaborate celebrations that combined trade, cultural exchange, and spiritual observance, while creating temporary cities whose populations could exceed those of major permanent settlements before dispersing again to their home territories when the festivals concluded. These periodic gatherings had created opportunities for cultural synthesis and technological exchange that had influenced development throughout all participating regions, while the temporary nature of festival cities had enabled social experiments and artistic innovations that would have been impossible in permanent communities, constrained by established traditions and institutional limitations. The organizational systems that enabled festival nations to function had included administrative structures that could coordinate activities involving thousands of participants from different cultural backgrounds while maintaining order and safety during gatherings that brought together people whose normal interactions were limited by geographic separation and cultural differences. The logistical planning required for festival organization had encompassed resource management, security arrangements, and facility construction that exceeded anything that permanent communities normally attempted, while their success had demonstrated possibilities for human cooperation that transcended the territorial and political boundaries that usually limited interaction between different groups. The economic activities that occurred during festival gatherings had included trading relationships and commercial innovations that connected regions whose economies were otherwise independent, while the concentration of diverse craftsmen and merchants had created opportunities for technological exchange and skill development that enriched all participating communities. The specialized goods and services that were available only during festival periods had created incentives for participation, while the temporary nature of these economic relationships had prevented the development of permanent dependencies that could compromise the independence of participating communities. The artistic and cultural achievements that festival nations had produced had included collaborative projects that combined traditions from multiple regions, while individual artists and performers had access to audiences and inspiration that their home communities could never provide. The innovations in music, visual arts, literature, and crafts that emerged from festival interactions had influenced cultural development throughout all participating regions, while the temporary nature of festival communities had enabled experimentation with artistic forms and cultural practices that permanent communities would have found too risky or unconventional to attempt. As the world's political landscape solidified into the territorial boundaries and national identities that would characterize recorded history, these vanished peoples were gradually absorbed into conventional communities, displaced by changing environmental conditions, or retreated to increasingly remote refuges where their distinctive ways of life could continue on reduced scales until even these sanctuaries became unsuitable for maintaining the complex cultural practices and specialized knowledge that had made their civilizations unique contributions to human development and cultural diversity that the emerging nations would never fully replace or replicate. Among the vast archives of human knowledge and spiritual wisdom that accumulated throughout the millennia of civilization's development across the world, there remained mysteries so profound and questions so fundamental that even the combined wisdom of all avatars, the accumulated learning of the greatest scholars, and the spiritual insights of the most advanced masters proved insufficient to penetrate their essential nature or provide satisfactory explanations for phenomena that challenged every framework for understanding reality that human consciousness had ever developed through observation, experimentation, and contemplation of the forces that governed existence throughout all its manifestations. The crystal of endless echoes had been discovered buried beneath the foundations of what would later become Ba Sing Se during excavations that preceded the city's construction by centuries. Its crystalline structure containing properties that enabled it to record and replay sounds, voices, and even thoughts that occurred in its vicinity, while its mechanism for storing and retrieving this information operated according to principles that exceeded anything that earthbending masters could understand despite extensive study and experimentation with similar minerals and crystal formations. The echo patterns that emerged from the crystal seemed to follow chronological sequences that suggested it had been recording environmental sounds for thousands of years before its discovery, creating an audio archive of historical events whose accuracy could not be verified through conventional historical sources. The voices that could be heard emanating from the crystal during certain atmospheric conditions included conversations in languages that no living scholar could identify or translate, their linguistic structures suggesting communication systems that had evolved according to principles different from those that govern known human languages, while their content appeared to concern events and concepts that transcended normal categories of human experience and understanding. The philosophical discussions that comprised much of the crystal's recorded content explored questions about consciousness, reality, and cosmic purpose that exceeded the sophistication of contemporary intellectual discourse, while their conclusions challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of existence that most scholars considered settled questions. The technical specifications that some voices within the crystal provided for devices and processes that had never been successfully constructed suggested technological capabilities that exceeded anything that conventional craftsmanship and engineering could achieve, while their descriptions incorporated scientific principles that would not be discovered by mainstream scholarly investigation for centuries after the crystal's discovery. The construction techniques that were detailed in these mysterious recordings required materials that could not be identified, and manufacturing processes that seemed to violate physical laws that governed conventional understanding of how matter and energy could be manipulated through human effort and knowledge. The prophecies that occasionally emerged from the crystal's endless playback of accumulated recordings included predictions about future events that demonstrated remarkable accuracy, while their sources remained completely unknown, and their methods for achieving such precise forecasting could not be understood or replicated by contemporary spiritual practitioners whose own prophetic abilities seemed crude and unreliable by comparison. The warnings about potential disasters and opportunities that these mysterious prophecies provided had influenced political and economic decisions throughout the Earth Kingdom's history, while their ultimate origins remained beyond the plot reach of investigation or scholarly analysis. The floating stones of the Northern Air Temple had been discovered hovering in perfect formation within a hidden chamber that had been sealed for unknown centuries before its accidental opening during renovation work that exposed architectural elements whose existence had not been documented in any temple records or architectural plans. These stones maintained their aerial positions without any visible means of support, while their arrangement suggested purposeful design that served functions that remained completely mysterious despite extensive observation and experimentation by air nomad masters, whose understanding of airbending principles provided no explanation for how such permanent levitation could be achieved or maintained. The gravitational anomalies that surrounded the floating stones created effects that influenced not just physical objects, but also spiritual energy and consciousness itself, creating meditative environments that enhanced spiritual practice, while producing psychological states that enabled access to forms of awareness that normal meditation techniques could not achieve consistently. The enhanced spiritual experiences that occurred in the presence of these mysterious stones included visions and insights that exceeded anything that conventional air nomad spiritual practices had ever produced, while their content suggested access to knowledge and understanding that transcended normal human consciousness and its limitations. The harmonic vibrations that the stones produced when atmospheric conditions were optimal created musical patterns that seemed to carry meaning and emotional content despite following no recognizable melodic or rhythmic structures that human musical theory could analyze or classify according to established aesthetic principles. The psychological effects that these mysterious harmonies produced in listeners included profound emotional experiences and spiritual insights that persisted long after exposure to the stone formations, while their influence on consciousness seemed to operate according to principles that exceeded anything that conventional understanding of how sound and vibration affected human psychology and spiritual development. And so we reach the end of our journey through the forgotten corners of history, the whispered legends that time could not quite erase, the mysteries that linger in the spaces between what we know and what we can only dream might have been. These lost chronicles remind us that the world has always been far richer and more wondrous than any single lifetime could encompass, filled with peoples and places whose stories vanished like morning mist, but whose influence continues to shape the currents of existence in ways too subtle for ordinary perception to detect. In the quiet moments before sleep, claims your consciousness. Perhaps you can sense the presence of these vanished civilizations, their wisdom echoing through the collective memory of humanity, like distant music carried on winds that blow across centuries of forgotten time. The knowledge they preserved, the beauty they created, the questions they pondered, continue to exist somewhere in the vast library of universal memory, waiting patiently for future generations whose hearts are open enough to receive such ancient gifts. Rest now in the comfort of knowing that mystery itself is a treasure more precious than any answer, that the unknown territories of history offer infinite possibilities for wonder and discovery, and that some secrets are meant to remain forever just beyond our grasp, preserving the magic that makes existence eternally surprising and eternally beautiful. Let these forgotten stories carry you gently into dreams where all mysteries are solved and all lost wisdom is found again.